Okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion to open the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is open. Once again, we're convening by Zoom as is necessary in these times, and which I guess means that the Zoom link was available on the agenda. There's call-in number available on the agenda for any member of the public that wishes to speak during public comment periods. And I think that's probably about it. We have minutes. Has everybody who wanted an opportunity to review the minutes of the April 15 and May 20 meetings had the opportunity to do so?
Yes.
Can I get a motion? I'm going to make a motion to approve the April and May minutes.
I do have a question, Andrew. I'm sorry, Thomas. There's something in the minutes that says I read paragraphs from an unidentified document, which I disclosed on the record. Is it really important for me to go back and get that resource, or can we leave it as unidentified document?
I'm okay with it the way it was written.
Okay. So am I.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right.
None opposed. Okay. Motion to take the agenda out of order and deal with the applicants at 139 East Prospect first.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
We're going to take this out of order, deal with that application. There are 3 commissioners recusing from that. William will email you. Doreen, of course, we may have to call and bring you back when we are done hearing from that applicant, and then we'll deal with the rest of our slate.
No, I can check email. It'll just take me a while
Great.
to log back on the
Thank
phone.
you. So we'll email when we're done with this applicant, and then we'll continue with our slate.
Great.
So long.
All right, we are only non-recused commissioners at this time. Let's proceed to bring the 139 East Prospect applicant on. Expecting it will be Mr. Joffrey.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can. That sounds like the voice of Mr. Joffrey. How
Yes,
are you,
thank
sir?
Chairman. I'm well. How are you? Good to see you all.
In troubled times, I have no real complaints.
Indeed. Mr. Chairman, just for point of clarification, I only see 3 members of the commission.
We have Commissioner Gelber on, we have myself, we have Commissioner O'Rourke on, and we have, oh, where'd he go?
Yes, I didn't see
David's on,
Mr. Gelber.
and we have Commissioner Neufeld. So we have 4.
Okay, yeah, I just don't see Mr. Gelber on my screen, so thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm here on behalf of 139 East Prospect. Also in support of the application are David Roth, Michael Stein, the engineering consultant, Rex Gedney or Carlos Belaño from Crozier Gedney Architects, and Carlito Holt from Provident Design Engineering in support of this application. I heard some of the comments before you started recording this evening, and the first question that came up was something that the commission asked us to look into last month. It was just to confirm that the forms were complete and accurate. So we found a couple of typos. We just clarified those and corrected those forms. So this is not an amended application. It's merely just correcting some typos in the application forms and in the coastal assessment form as well.
Is that a new coastal assessment form, or was it modifying an earlier one?
It was modifying the earlier one and correcting some typos. There were only a couple of other items that the commission asked us to look into from the last time we appeared before you. And Commissioner Gelber asked us to, in response to some comments from members of the public, is there something that we could do to address some of the views from the regatta? So as you'll see included in the materials that we submitted to you in Exhibit C, of our September 2nd submission, we did include something that we can do to the roof. And Commissioner Gelber was asking, can we do something to soften the views from the roof? So one of the things that the team looked at is providing a synthetic lawn on the rooftop in order to address some of the concerns as an amenity in order to address the concerns from regatta neighbors. An additional item that the commission asked for was traffic and pedestrian safety. On the one of the plans that we submitted, I think it's sheet T101, we've added a note to the plan that the garage entrance and site access will be enhanced with a well-defined crossing area across the garage entrance to ensure pedestrian safety. And this can be further enhanced with additional safety features such as pedestrian vehicle presence alert, low-profile plantings at the corners of the garage to ensure pedestrians cross further from the garage to improve sight distances, and/or internal signage in the garage alerting drivers of the pedestrian crossing. So we can implement those. I suggest that this is more of a site planning issue. We have the note on the plan, and I suggest, unless the commission has any comments, that the planning board be the ones to identify the appropriate measures, but we're more than happy to address those items. And the last item that the commission asked us to look into was to address the village engineer memo. We did provide some correspondence from Hudson Engineering in order to address the comments from the engineer's memo, which we received just before the last meeting. And we hope that those are satisfactory. We'd be happy to go through that in more detail. And I believe Michael Stein is available online this evening in order to address those. Those are the only things that you asked us to look into. Unless you have any questions or you'd like us to go through anything, we certainly defer to you. But we're hoping that we understand you do have a draft consistency review resolution before you that hopefully you'll be able to entertain this evening.
I see David's hand up, and I'm gonna hold my input until the end. So I guess we'll let David speak first, and then I think the other two
I
commissioners.
just have no, I don't want to speak. I just had a very quick question. I'm a little confused on something. Your coastal assessment form of September 2nd indicates that the project is within a critical environment area, correct? I mean, that's what it says there.
And that's based upon preparing the SECR analysis.
Right.
It's automatically generated, so we wanted to be consistent with the forms.
Right. So my question to you is, the June 2020 negative determination, I believe, right, is based on that it's not located within or adjacent to a critical environmental area, number 4.
Again, we're correcting the coastal assessment form to address items, but again, that is generated in, I believe, in the environmental assessment forms.
No, I'm not being clear. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is the planning board, you got a negative deck, correct?
That is correct.
Right. The negative deck was predicated upon a series of factors, including which was an item that said it's not located within the critical or adjacent.
Again, the environmental assessment form has that information. The coastal assessment form is something that the planning board, I don't believe, is reviewing. That's something that's for your commission to review.
Okay, but if it's by a critical environmental area, regardless of whether it's on the coastal assessment form, I assume that in the preparation of these, there's a factual consistency. So regardless of what we want to call it, it would be, what I'm suggesting is that, or what I'm asking is that someone made a determination here that it's not within, but the documents that I have seen contains your acknowledgement that it is within, regardless of whether it's within a coastal form or the EAF, the full form, it's still the same project. So I'm just asking about that because it looks like possibly planning made a mistake or something. Because number 4 says it. The proposed action, it says, is not located within or adjacent to a critical environment area. Whereas,
so Mr. Neufeld, I understand, and the clarification that I'm making and what was previously submitted to the planning board in December, in the EAF mapper summary report, which is generated automatically, identifies that in addition to in response to part 1, question 7, critical environmental area identify. It's within proximity to Long Island Sound.
Mhm.
I respectfully submit that the planning board took action on secret with that in mind in the environmental assessment form. And certainly this project does not have an adverse environmental impact on Long Island Sound.
I understand. But then their finding on a neg deck would be, yes, it is, but we don't think that affects anything. I'm not suggesting the result is different or the same, but I'm saying they made a finding that's contrary to what you've acknowledged, but I understand your position. No, it's not, I acknowledge what you're saying. Thank you.
Again, they had that information which was taken into consideration as part of their secret determination.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Politics.
The negative declaration was done in June, and the December 27th submission, 6 months prior, identified the critical environmental area.
Right. So therefore, in June, unless it changed, and it didn't because you referred to it in September, on both occasions, it was within a critical environmental area. And yet the neg deck is based upon a contrary fact.
No,
It is because the neg deck says the proposed action is not located. One of their reasons is it's not located within or adjacent to. That's erroneous, according to what you submitted. What you're saying is,
that might be a typo in that resolution, but again, in the environmental assessment form that the planning board evaluated, which
I
they.
understand what you're saying. You're saying that it was showed that it was, right? That's what
Correct.
you're saying. Because it
Correct.
was, I understand. I'm really, okay? But they're justifying the neg deck on saying it is not located within. It's whereas it is located, and that wouldn't be used as a justification. They had all the knots. If you go through their list, they go, number two is not, it will not this, it will
I
not that.
understand. I can certainly raise that when we go back to the planning board and identify that for them, or the commission can certainly identify that, but I don't think that's something that should hold up the commission this evening. The information that they had evaluated had that information, and unfortunately, there might be a typo in their resolution for the secret determination. And notwithstanding, if they did make a mistake, I respectfully submit that this proposal does not have an adverse environmental impact on Long Island Sound. And we can certainly raise that again with the planning board.
Thank you.
David, do you have further questions that'll
All
help
right.
us get to a vote on consistency?
No, I just like to hear other people on it, that's all.
Yeah, fair enough. Tony, I know you had some issues that you wanted to discuss. You're on mute. Tony, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Much better.
Okay,
Good evening, Tony.
good evening. Hi. So so David, it's interesting that you picked that up because we are concerned with significant and critical environmental areas, RE the LWRP. So that's one point which we hadn't picked up last time. The points that I had that I wanted to talk about was, as you guys talked about, was the roof. Now, unfortunately, when you said synthetic, my stomach fell because this is an environmental committee, and a synthetic roof is really, it's not, I don't, how do I say this? I don't want to just say it. It doesn't seem consistent with what our mission is, right? And so plants and soils and vegetation do a whole bunch of things for the environment. A synthetic roof does none of those, right? So I really don't like the idea of the synthetic roof at all. That's one thing. The second was, point, I know you spoke about it briefly. We had talked about perk testing and then the Hernani letter or a further review by our consultant on this, I guess it was on the water SWIP stuff. So do we have any clarification on perk testing, or that can't happen or that can't happen yet?
Okay, so to address the synthetic roof question, the concern was impact on views. And one of the things that I mentioned last time when we appeared before we had the opportunity to entertain this, is one of the concerns that we have on anything that's being done on the roof, whether it's small planters or anything, is liability and maintenance. And if there are winds that pick up and things fly off the roof, that's obviously a concern for us. So we tried to address your comment in terms of softening a viewpoint from the roof with something that is sustainable, that is easy to maintain, and does not raise a liability issue. And we thought that this was a good compromise. As it relates to the perk testing, I'll defer. I believe Michael Stein is on. Mr. Long, I don't know if you can allow Mr. Stein to speak.
Well, yes, but let me just respond to your response on the synthetic roof. You know, green roofs are put in all over the place, including in Mamaroneck, and generally they're not considered either a visual hazard or a visual blockage or a hazard with wind and storms. And so to me, that's standard practice now. And so to me, a green vegetated roof, you know, would be preferable to a synthetic roof. Now you can talk about the perk and the Hernani letter.
This is Michael Stein, President of Hudson Engineering. Good evening, everyone. If I have the ability to share my screen, it would be helpful.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm not seeing the tag coming up.
It should. It's
Okay. I'm not going to get a tag coming up. So anyway, I can just briefly explain. So currently the site in its existing condition is 100%. Sorry. The site in its existing condition is currently 100% impervious. We're going back in, and the parking area currently has no water quality or quantity treatment to it. So what
right, Mr. Stein, if you try to share your screen now, see what happens.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. So in our existing conditions, here's our existing parking area and then our existing building. Everything is 100% impervious on the site. So what we're looking at is the proposed condition that this is a sediment erosion control plan. So I'm just going down one more page. Oh, wait. So basically the proposed building for the most part takes up the majority of the site. Therefore, there really is no place to try to do infiltration unless it would be under the building, which really would not be an appropriate place to do it. For any of the runoff coming from the site, whether that's the roof or the parking lot, we have them going through a 3-foot diameter first defense mechanical separator, which is providing the water quality to the site. And again, since we're currently 100% impervious, and this is redevelopment as classified by New York State DEC, we're providing all the treatment that that is necessary.
All right, Michael, I think the question originally that I had remembered and had, in fact, I have it written down here, was the sewer capacity adequate? And usually we ask for a letter from the village engineer, Hernani, and or whether our consultant in that field, Brian, you know, can speak with Hernani and says it's okay. So that was, I think that was an open item. And then
so one of the things was, and we went through this with 172 as well across the street. The existing main is a 24-inch main, and from working on 172 and even getting the letters from Hernani, the pipe has more than enough capacity and there was no issue. And I know he's had TV inspections and monitoring done of these lines. I'm not sure if Kelly Sessions' office has access to those, but I'll defer to Brian on that.
Right, I did. I saw what Mr. Stein put together as far as the proposed sewer load And then I also went over the other proposed development with the highway superintendent, because he has, he's familiar with the systems. And based on the size and slope, the capacity of the existing sewer is more than enough to handle this project as well as the other approved potential development across the street. So that was not an issue on our end.
Okay, so can we get a memo or an email from either you or Hernani on that?
Well, yeah, Hernani's he's been with the county for several months now. So
Okay.
it would be, again, either from the village managers or from the highway department, or if I'm authorized to do it, I could certainly put it in writing, but it has been looked at. And I agree with the design flows that Hudson put together for this submission. It's not, capacity won't be an issue.
And Brian, you're responding to the September 1st letter from Mr. Stein to you that, peak hourly flow, gallons per minute, that's the one. Okay. I just want to close off my open questions at the same time if they come up.
Well, I'd like for the record, I'd like to have that in the record, and I'll defer to the chair on that, but, I would like to see that in writing. Then the other question was I think we talked about the perk test, and, because that kind of determines, footings and a bunch of stuff like that. So did you do any perk tests?
We would do perk tests if we were going to do design an on-site infiltration system, which again, that is not appropriate for this site.
Okay, all right, you had said 100% impervious. Okay.
Tony, I was having trouble tracking there for a minute. What is the documentation you wanted in writing?
Well, the question was last time, and I think it's still this time. We used to get a letter from our village engineer on that the capacity of the existing sewer system, the sewer system has the capacity for this project. So that the question is, being that Hernani's not here anymore, can an email or a letter from Brian do it? Do we need something from our planner? How do we want to handle getting a document for our record?
And Tony and Mr. Chair, for me, and interested in other commissioners' thoughts, this was addressed in writing by the applicant in this September 1st letter from Michael. And I think Brian confirming on the record here in this meeting that he's looked at that calculation and agrees with it, I think for me is adequate.
I guess my concern is that we've had other properties where, we think everything's fine, and then it floods and the neighbors all complain. And, we've had some ugly situations like that. So that's sort of CYA.
Mr. Gelber, to go back to your comments with respect to the roof, just to change, I've texted my client while this discussion was going on, and he's agreed to rooftop planters if that would be acceptable.
All right. Would you be able to put some type of, I think as long as your engineer determines that they're safe, I would be good with that. I'd like to know, is it going to be one, or, could we say there's going to be 8 of them or something? I don't know, just something that it looks a little decent.
Understood. And we understand where the comment is coming from as it relates to viewpoints. And I don't suggest that it be to the satisfaction of council or to the satisfaction of the village planner.
Well, if you could put up a roof plan, can Michael put his drawing back up?
I don't have a roof plan, so the architect, Mr. Gedney, would have to put that up.
Mr. Gedney, can you put the roof plan up there?
What's his name again?
Gedney.
I don't see him.
Well, Michael, can you put up a floor plan just so we get a sense of it?
Actually, I'm going to try to log on to the village's website and pull it right up.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It looks like one of the participants has volunteered to put it up.
Carlos Bolanos says I can show the plan.
Okay. That's the bottom right is your roof egress plan. I don't know if that's sufficient.
Yeah, I would say that's good. So I see, what do you have? You have got a stair going up, and what's the other? The other is an elevator?
That's the elevator shaft.
Yeah. Okay, so, and commissioners, please, put your 2 cents in here. So I mean, if you had one planter in each corner, that's 4. If you could put in 2 more, that's, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, I think it would soften it up a bit. What do you think, commissioners?
I mean, when you say that, what do you have a size in mind, or are we thinking in terms of square footage? I just want to be clear on what it is we're asking the applicant to agree to.
I think, I mean, if you want a pot that's relatively wide and relatively low. So if you just said a corner type pot, maybe, I don't know, 18 by 18. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 pots, 18 by 18, something like that.
You go 48 feet, what is it, 48 by 81, right? Your dimensions on that are 48 by 81?
So 48, so that's, yeah, so I mean, you could put 3 on each end, and maybe 2 in the middle. That would 3, 6, that'd still give you 8, still soften it up.
Yeah, it's not, I don't think that's, depending upon the size, that's not 48 feet.
Right, so if you said 48 feet, so if you said,
I think you can figure at least 3, 3, and 5, right, on the sides.
right, okay, so say we had, on the short length, if we had, I mean, you could even have 4. Why don't you just make it simple? Put 4 on each short side.
I want to just say spaced approximately 16 feet apart.
Yeah, spaced equally apart, say, right?
Or, yeah, or space 16, but just do like okay, well, whatever.
So let's say eight planters, 18 by 18, spaced along. Now, the short wall is which way?
18 by 18s are very small planters, aren't they?
It is small, yeah. All right. David, what would you recommend? What do you think?
Oh, I would say you got 30. I mean, you're really putting planters in. I would say a minimum of 36 by 36. Problem was 24. I mean, that's.
Tony,
Yes, Christy.
hi. What about doing something so that they need to add it to the application before the planning board, so that you're sort of letting it be the planning board's discretion, since they can create the plan and amend it for planning board, and then planning board would be able to approve.
So what are you saying, Christy? Our consistency would simply say that, I mean,
like greenery to the satisfaction of the planning board or something along those lines, but you have an agreement from the applicant that they're amenable to adding these planters. I guess what I'm trying to do is save us some hypothesizing as to what sizes, what that would look like. So
Yeah.
Why don't we?
And
Let me
this
just-
way, we could show it on a plan to the planning board.
Let me just jump in here. So we're both looking to sort of lock in the generality of what's going to happen here, and also not hold this up while making sure that some responsible authority is going to look at the final plan.
Right.
When I hear that, I think in terms of, you know, specifying square feet of plantable area, and then with a final plan to be approved by planning. Speaking for only myself, I would be okay with that. That's what I think I'm hearing. David?
Yeah, I would suggest that, or be comfortable with, if we said, let's say, that there will be a minimum of 12 planters, 24 by 20, and such greater size or number as the planning board determines. But we set a base. Otherwise, we're just telling the planning board, we'd like you to consider it, and if you do, you do it. If you don't, you don't. Which means,
Right. Yeah, that sounds sort of like what I had in mind. I was thinking in terms of a number of square feet of plantable area, you know, 16 or 20 square feet of total plantable area in a landscape plan for the roof that shall be approved by planning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So 40 by 80, hang on here, 40 by, oh crap. Can you guys still hear me?
yeah.
So 40 by 80 is 3,200 square feet. So if we said 10% coverage would be 320 square feet. So I think, you know, so if you.
And that's, Tony, that's exactly what David came up with. I think if you do 12 by 24 by 12, you're at just shy of 300. So that seems like it's the right neighborhood.
Yeah, but I think we should make it, my suggestion is we make it a minimum, and then subject to such additional amounts and size as the planning board determines. But we set a base.
Okay, so I would say a minimum of 10% of roof square footage.
And set forth the purpose of it, and that it should be, you know, spaced accordingly. Right.
Yeah, appropriate aesthetic design.
Right.
Are we, how are we, or is that going to be a condition? How are we, or is?
Well, you know what I wanted to do is just keep moving. We've had a conversation about that. I want to put a pin in that and see if there are any other issues that we all think we need resolved, so that we know what we do and don't need to know to reach a vote, and then we'll decide how to procedurally to handle the planter on the roof issue. So I think, go ahead, David.
Yeah, this is another question I just had. One thing I would appreciate if someone could clarify. I thought I had read two different things on, is this zoning compliant? And so I'm going to raise that. Is this a zoning compliant project?
Yes, it is,
And is that because of a grandfathering or because it's zoning compliant now?
because it's zoning compliant now.
Okay. Somehow in the beginning, one of the first submissions I had read, I thought it was, I read the opposite, but thank you.
There was a question at one point with respect to whether or not this complied with the multiple dwellings law, but that has been put to bed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, and I think Tony had run through his list. We can always return to him if we hadn't. And so I think Seamus, the mic passes to you.
Thank you. So Brian, there's two letters addressed to you. I don't think I saw a response from you. I think I saw items from you on two of the other submissions for today. So we've addressed the letter related to the sewage. On the September 1st letter going through the open items, just to confirm, did you ever re-respond to that list of responses?
You know, I did not, but I did review it, and all those minor, there's like maybe 4 outstanding comments that are relatively minor. They've all been addressed.
Okay, thank you. And then the only other item that I have is from the, let me find the exact name of the document here. But I think it's the updated CAF within the narrative to the policies. Just like to hear from the applicant on policy 17, which is wherever possible, use non-structural measures to minimize damage from flooding and erosion. I think I get where you're going with your response. Do you mind giving a little more color on why it's not possible to use any non-structural measures to minimize damage from flooding and erosion, given your proximity in a pretty developed area and near the river?
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at that comment, and I might have Michael Stein assist in responding, but I'm just, can you just repeat that question, please?
Yeah, the threshold here on policy 17 for us to apply is wherever possible.
Yes.
I believe that your response is that you are nothing non-structural, so therefore nothing is possible, which I think I understand coming from a very developed property to another, but I'd like to just get on the record and hear from you a little more color on your response to the policy 17.
Okay, so I'm looking at the response right now, and I think you're taking issue with the last sentence in the response where it says, due to existing conditions on site and the intended future development encompassing nearly the entire site, non-structural measures are not practical for reducing damage due to flooding.
Yeah, there's the practical possible disconnect, but I really think just anyone who is informed on what non-structural measures could be possible and why they're not possible here is probably helpful, at least for me to hear.
Sure. I think I'm going to have to defer either to Carlos Bolano or Michael Stein to assist with that response. I see. Yeah, so Carlos is just being elevated.
All right, I'm just trying to bring up the policy.
Seamus, just for everyone's edification, are there non-structural methods you think might work?
No, in fact, I don't think I have the skill set or experience to even think to suggest one. You know, I have 4 policies that I have most in mind for this project. And I wanted to close off on a little more color for me to understand why it's not possible here, and also just to improve the record on the write-up about what not practical versus not possible.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, yes, here we go. Hello, good evening, everybody. Now, in response to your question, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
Yes, my question is, what non-structural measures could be used to prevent flooding and erosion in a property like this, and why is it not possible here? With particular emphasis on the fact that the response says that they're not practical, which must mean, which maybe it might just be, you know, loose wording, which is not good, but we can clear up. Or it might mean that there are ones that are possible, and I just want to understand your guys' view on that.
Well, I think, you know, primarily, just looking at the response again, but the preceding sentence, I think, addresses most of the comment in that the building footprint accounts for almost 100% of the site area. So given that the building footprint is 100% of the site area, that would be structural. So anything that we do would have to fit within the confines of that building footprint, and thus it has to be structural.
And for my benefit, what's a non-structural? I just don't even know enough about this. What's a non-structural mitigant for flooding and erosion at some other property?
So what we would typically use are flood vents for every 200 square feet of space in the flood zone. So we have placed strategically certain flood vents along the structural exterior walls. So that would help mitigate and control floodwaters and protect the property and surrounding properties of rising water.
Yeah, and I think that's your guys' response, which I thought was credible for policy 11. But doesn't that mean that's a structural enhancement?
Right, but I mean, if on a different site, for example, for even specifically erosion, something you would be doing is vegetation. or vegetation mats or something along that lines that holds the soil together and prevents anything between wind or water from eroding the soil away. So being that the site is 100% impervious, well, we've prevented things along that lines for erosion because there's no opportunity because we're completely protecting any of the soils.
Okay, that makes sense to me. So it's 100% developed basically, and I know what the site looks like, and that's what
Right.
makes it possible, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, that's really all I was looking for. Thank you, and that's all I had, Chairman.
But Seamus, I think that one of the, I know it sounds structural, but I think one of the non-structural methods is raising the building up. And I think the first floor of this building is parking, right?
Correct.
Right. So so raising a building out of the floodplain is really a non-structural. When they talk structural, they mean putting up like a seawall, something like that. So there's, I think, what you'd call green and non-green. So non-green is raising the building, getting rid of the building, selling the building. So I think they are doing some non-structural.
By raising it above base flood elevation, do you mean?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Well, that's even better, so thank you.
are they using vents, breakaway vents for the water flow?
Some sort of vents. I read
Yeah,
that,
they would be stainless steel vents that are passive. So as water rises, then they open and let water in and water out.
Is the grade of the parking below the street level?
It is above slightly.
What does the flood elevation have to be before the vents would be under pressure, underwater?
So the vents typically are only placed at 2 feet maximum at its lowest grade. So no matter what, the only area affected would be the storage areas below that are in the flood zone. And that would only be about 12 inches above that grade, above that finished floor grade.
Okay, Seamus, did you run through your list?
Yep, thank you.
All right. So the advantage of speaking last is often my list is knocked out by other commissioners. So we're left with one. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I know you want to wrap it. I just had one. Could someone just address briefly for me? I mean, one of the concerns I have on the scenic aspect, I guess policy 25, but I guess in looking at this, one of my questions, and it's more of a question for you as chair, some of this is because they can do something. Is it within our purview to deal with scenic other than the scenic of the Harbor Island or the Sound? Because if you read policy 25, it's unclear to me. I mean, whether or not, I'm not sure if I'm being clear, I apologize. But it's really,
I think I understand your question.
I mean, there is an impairment here that's taking place. The question is that have anything to do with consistency or not?
Well, like you said, that's really more a question for me. And all I can tell you is, as one commissioner, is look, we all have a vote, and the administrative duties of chair do not make my read of the policies more important than another commissioner's. It just means I have additional administrative functions. My point of view is that view shed is not an all-purpose aesthetic concern. View shed specifies that there are certain areas that we have to worry about the view from. I think more broadly, it means specifically those view-related resources that go with the parts of a small coastal village that our neighbors put us on this commission to protect. So it doesn't mean the view from anywhere. It means the parts of the view that are specific to this village that are part of our LWRP protected resources that our neighbors expect us to look out for. other people may have different interpretations of the limits of that. Certainly, it includes everything you can see from Harbor Island Park because that's specified.
Right.
I would think that it also, in speaking for only myself, I think it also includes anywhere you can see the river because that's an important resource that we're here to protect, that our neighbors expect us to protect, and we had a discussion at some length in the first hearing, at the first appearance on this project about whether there was any river view being obstructed in this project. In my own thinking, I've taken into account the discussion that we had about whether there are views of the river, because we covered that.
And Mr. Chairman, just to address that point a little bit further, the Mamaroneck River is not designated as a significant resource in the Village of Mamaroneck Comprehensive Plan, the LWRP, and is not listed in the National Wild and Scenic River System by the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act of 1968. Therefore, this project will not impact an officially designated aesthetic resource.
And now you've got Mr. Joffrey's view.
I thought that would be his view. It's funny.
So, and David, if you look at in our LWRP, policy 25 has an explanation. And, you know, as much as we might want to,
If you read the first one, if you read the actual policy, it says prevent impairment of a scenic resource of local significance. Yeah, I understand. But I understand your point. You know, I just raised it before the chair went on, so that's all. All right.
Right. And as the commission may be aware, Mr. Cutler, before he left, prepared a visual model for review by the village, where the proposed building will actually be located in an area substantially blocked from the view of the Mamaroneck River because of the size of the regatta and other premises.
And you know, Mr. Joffrey and I could probably, you know, litigate the heck out of all of the potential edge cases where the determinative factor is whether or not a particular resource is something we're supposed to protect within policy 25. That I don't think that's the driver here. You know, my own thinking is more heavily influenced by what's actually visible around this building than by whether or not we're supposed to look out for the river. If the view of the river from where this building is going up were something that I think our residents put us here to protect, a really important scenic view of the river, then the difference between Mr. Joffrey and myself over whether or not it's a resource we should be protecting might matter a whole lot. That's not the way I'm thinking about it right now. Okay, most of my issues have been taken out by other folks' questions, and I think, you know, just we can move this procedurally along. But we have one open issue, which is how we're going to handle this roof thing. We have really strived to not use conditional consistency when we can avoid it. I think we can avoid it here. I think our meetings are a record in and of themselves. So if Mr. Joffrey is orally amending the application to add a commitment to roof planters, then that becomes an issue that planning can take up. I think we can find consistency as amended. Kristen, do I have that right?
Application to that effect.
Sorry?
Sorry, Tony, can you repeat what you just said? Not Tony Gilbert.
I'm sorry, I am amending the application to that effect.
Yeah, I think
Would that amendment mean that you would go with a minimum of 10% of the roof area would be used for planters?
I think that's where the commission landed.
Okay, I just wanted. Yeah.
I would prefer, you know, a little bit looser language, approximately 10%, subject to the discretion of the planning board. If we were at 9.5% and that's what worked.
So a minimum of 9.5%. I could live with that.
Right.
Just round that up. I would prefer to vote on this without the condition.
None of us likes
none
of us likes the conditional.
But we don't need the condition, Mr. Chair, because if he's saying that he's amending it, that was my reasoning. There is no condition. We're approving that if he's amending it, that it be 10% minimum as determined by planning board, that's
Yeah.
fine. But then there's nothing, there's no condition. That
Yeah,
is.
I think the record's clear. He's said that he needs the flexibility of approximate, but he's committing to an approximate 10% cover. The amendment is, the application is amended to that effect by the record of this meeting. I will tell you, I now think I have every piece of information I need to cast a vote on consistency. Seamus,
I
do you have all the information you need?
Yes, sir.
David?
Yes.
Tony?
I want to go back just 1 second. I know the traffic and pedestrian are not in our purview, but Mr. Jaffer, you said that you would paint the, mark the pavement so that it is visible. What else were we thinking of doing? Just
I'm going to read to you the note from the plan that is submitted as part of your application package. On plan sheet T101, the garage entrance and site access will be enhanced with a well-defined crossing area across the garage entrance to ensure pedestrian safety. This can be further enhanced with additional safety features such as pedestrian vehicle presence alert, low-profile plantings at the corner of the garage to ensure pedestrians cross further from the garage to improve sight distances, and/or internal signage in the garage alerting drivers of the pedestrian crossing.
okay, so is there a way that we could include most of them? I mean, the low plantings I think are very important. A sign inside the garage would be great. So how would we do that?
The note is on the plan right now. I guess we can agree to amend the note to at least put the sign. I would defer again, because this is a planning commission, more of a planning commission issue, that the planning commission identify which of the others are the most appropriate. Now, obviously, it does indicate it will have the crossing area. I can commit to the sign right now, but I think, between the others, it would be maybe one or maybe more, but I think we should defer to the planning commission or the planning board on that specific issue.
All right, I think the low plantings are very important, because if you have high plantings, you can't see.
No, of course. That would actually detract and cause more of an issue.
Right.
Very quickly, normally when we amend, or there's an agreement to an amendment, I feel like we usually make a note on the plan. Is that at all possible to have Michael do that? I'm memorializing in the resolution, and if the chair doesn't want to add it, or the board doesn't want to add it, that's fine. But I feel like we normally will add a note to the plan, unless I'm thinking of something else.
Are you referring to the planters?
Yeah.
I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to demonstrate that on the subsequent plan submission to the planning board will actually depict what that's going to look like.
Right. I guess I was just saying at this meeting, if we made a quick note, but you're right, it's going to be amended anyways for the planning board. So,
Yeah,
so
they're
right.
going to have to.
There's no
I'm not
need.
concerned. I'm not concerned about that.
So I've made a note on the resolution regarding the amendment, which will be circulated.
Okay. Tony, if you've run your issues.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, then I think we're calling a vote, and we're voting clean consistency. Seamus?
Yeah, if we're voting, aye, I'm in favor. Clean consistency.
And I'm voting consistent. David?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Consistent.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. And we can now take a 5-minute break, and we can alert our fellow commissioners that they are free to rejoin us.
Nomination from the property's past use as a machine and auto repair shop. This entailed doing 3 soil boring tests in different locations on the property. And based upon the results of the testing, East Coast determined there had been no adverse impacts from the past use of the property and does not recommend additional investigation at the property at this time. The village's consultants at AKRF also reviewed the study, and in their July 15th memo concluded that they did not observe anything in the lab results that would challenge East Coast's conclusions. And with respect to the 50-foot setback from the river, the planning board has reviewed and accepted the building inspector's determination made back in March, which was consistent with that of former village planner Greg Cutler, that the proposed project does not increase the degree of nonconformity of the property, as the existing structure is within 50 feet of the is within the 50-foot setback, excuse me, and the proposed addition will be constructed outside of that setback. With respect to Mr. Hoger's memo, for the most part, it did seem to find that the project would be consistent with the policies in the LWRP. And with respect to those issues that were raised by Mr. Hoger, we believe those have and or will be addressed by the results of the soil testing, which determined there had been no contamination of the site, implementing the sediment and erosion controls shown on the Hudson engineering plans, which Mr. Stein can speak to in more detail, and implementing best construction management practices, which Capetta fully intends to do. We also submitted a response from Hudson Engineering specifically addressing LWRP policies 33 and 37, and a letter responding to Mr. Hildebrand's memo. Lastly, as part of our submission, we did include our most updated plans. Those would be our updated engineering plans, architectural plans, and landscape plans, which we believe address the comments raised by the village's consultants. And the architectural plans were actually already approved by the Board of Architectural Review at its August 20th meeting. So that's just a brief overview of where we are. I know it's been a while, so we have our team here. We're happy to address any comments or questions that the commission may have. And we do understand that there was a draft resolution that is before the commission. So if the board, if the commission was inclined to consider a consistency determination this evening, we would ask that you do so. Thank you.
So I can't speak for the other commissioners, and I don't know if this is the direction anybody else wants to go, but I know what I need to know. So I'm going to ask you to assume, for the sake of argument, that a commissioner concludes that the project, once built, is consistent, and walk me through the construction process so that I can understand how, when I understand that it won't increase the nonconformity and that all of the new construction is 50 or more feet from the river, but the existing building at its closest point is 13 feet from the river, and there's a sewer line that I think is about 6 feet from the river that, if I understand the project correctly, you're tying into. Walk me through the construction process from demolition to ribbon cutting so that I understand how the construction is going to get done in a way that does not cause an adverse impact to a river that's only a few feet from the site.
I don't know if that's something that Mr. Stein can speak to at all. I'm not 100% familiar with the construction process. I could try to, unfortunately, I believe my client was having some technical difficulties, but I can try to see if he could come on the line, as he would probably be best equipped to address those types of questions. So I apologize for not being able to address that exactly at this moment, unless Mr. Stein can. But if there are other questions, I can try to get my client on the line to do so.
And you're looking for how it's going to be constructed without impacting the river.
Right.
Okay.
You know, I mean, look, magically, if you could just, float over it and do everything without impacting any part of the site, that'd be great. That's not how the world works. So walk me through the construction process so I understand how all this gets done without a negative impact on the river. River's right there.
Sure. I mean, the majority of the site, actually, let me do a screen share. I think that'd be helpful. Okay. The majority of the site is over top of the existing foundation. Mm-hmm. So it is really limited to this short section right down here at the end that is actually being constructed and the soil is being disturbed. Outside the foundation walls. Inside, yes, the soils, the floor will be disturbed, but it's completely surrounded by the building envelope and foundation. So there really is no disturbance that could potentially wash off. And then construction of doing the wall down in this section, it's basically creating a bike rack area.
You're building I think you're talking past what I'm really asking you. You're building extra stories here. You're going to have to bring in some heavy equipment to deal with the the structural members, right?
Correct.
Okay. How do you get heavy equipment in and out of the site and maneuver it so that it dumping stuff into the river, knocking stuff into the river.
You know what? If Dominic's able to get on, that's gonna be just the construction of the structure, which I think he'd be better answering. But my responses would be that everything's gonna be accessed directly from the street, and as we're building up, everything is the parking is on the street. Any equipment that needs to reach in is from the sidewalk and street area. So if there is if anything larger needs a lift or a lift is needed, it would be lifting it up to those levels. Like a delivery truck delivering, say, sheetrock, it's gonna park on the side of the curb. It's gonna lift up. It's gonna turn and put it through all the windows to get it inside. Same with delivery of other materials. You don't have that much space for storage, and it really makes no sense to store it on the lower end closer to the Mamaroneck River where the wall's going, because it's not sufficient enough to provide material stockpile.
Okay, that's very helpful. That actually is an answer to my question. Almost anything you're going to load or unload, or that's going to require heavy equipment, you're going to do from the street side. If I understand you correctly,
yes.
I think that does answer my question. If I understand what's happening with the sewage right, you're tying into the line that runs along the riverside. Is that right?
The sanitary sewer or storm sewer?
Sanitary sewer.
This is a set of erosion control. No, actually, the sanitary sewer currently, sorry, it gets jumpy when you're on here. The sanitary sewer currently exits the building towards Spencer Place, and the connection will continue to be towards Spencer Place.
Okay, so it's the storm sewer that runs along the riverside.
That's correct. Right down here, that's the new storm sewer, which connects down to the existing catch basin before it goes in. And we have a mechanical separator here, so all the runoff coming from the building will pass through that, is cleaned before it enters the village's system.
There was a change to the we talked in a prior meeting about the floor drain in the parking area. And
yes, and the floor drain, and I believe that's for the receptacle area and trash, and that's, from my recollection, that's now being directed to the sanitary sewer because we're keeping it out.
Okay.
There's gonna be minimal flow there. It's really anything that drips out of the containers on the floor.
I wanted to make sure that I understood that change, and that's now going into sanitary sewer. So there's no
Correct.
concern that that ends up in the water system. Untreated in the water system.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I think those are the issues I planned on addressing. So I'm going to hand this over to the other commissioners.
Let me. Do you mind if I go next, Thomas? Because I'd like to pick up that.
Please.
Yeah.
Should I take this down or?
Well, you can. It doesn't matter. It's nice to have it up, but yeah, it's up to you. So that was exactly what I was thinking, Thomas. So just to follow on, we talked about equipment loading up, unloading, which you'll do from the street. I assume that's practical given traffic and stuff. I think it probably is based on where that building's located. What about dumpsters? I think I saw a discussion that soil is coming in only just in time. But just what about other stuff that's on the site? People working and just being around the site. Do you expect there to be dumpsters, lay down areas, soil, a lot of activity in the back of the building over by along the river?
I don't see an opportunity to even do that. Honestly, if you look at that space, it's sloped. It's not a flat area. So using it as a staging area, I think would be impractical, because you wouldn't be able to get any vehicles there to deliver anything. It really would, in essence, become trapped and more of a nuisance to get out of there.
Great. Okay.
Can I add discussion? Have you gone to the site to have a look at that area to the right of the building? Because I was there today and looked at some pictures, and it seems like there's a pipe, and I do have some pictures, that potentially might have connected to the leader pipe and gone off into the river. It's relatively flat, and I'm questioning, based on the plans that I'm looking at, I know at the rear of the building in the corner closest to the river, that's where it levels out. but it's sloped significantly. There's a concrete ramp that goes down to, I thought this was a one-story building, but it seems to have another basement type thing.
And I think
underneath.
this is the area right here. I think you're talking about where it flattens out because you go down from 16 to 15 to 15 to 16, and then you have the platform that goes down.
Are you pointing to something, Mr. Stein?
I'm sorry, I thought this was coming through.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Doreen, are you seeing the screen share?
I'm on LMC TV, so that's the way I'm seeing the meeting. I'm on the phone also. I can't access, I don't know.
Zoom, you can, yeah.
Mr. Stein, I'm going to go ahead and tell you that if you're going to use the cursor on the screen share, you have to move it pretty slowly because otherwise it just kind of strobes.
My apologies.
Yes, that area, but also towards the sidewalk of the building. You know, right to the right of the area of the property line on Phillips Park Road, there are tables and chairs. I won't call it a park, but it's
That's
just
actually,
beyond that fence.
yeah, that actually is the village's property.
Right.
Yes.
But in that area, I went there on purpose because I couldn't figure out the contours, and I had no idea there was a lower level of the building. I do have pictures to share if other commissioners want to see them.
Well, Seamus was sort of in the middle. Let's circle
I'll let
back to
him
that
go.
later. Let Seamus finish.
Sure, I can finish with one last question. But Doreen, it is a park there. Part of what I like about this project is the bicycle racks, and the kind of improvement of the backside of this project, because that is O'Connell Park or something. My last question, I just wanted to do inventory. We talked about it last time. I think that this, if it's called landscape drawing or landscape plan, I think is new, but maybe remind me. What's the tree inventory here? There are a number of trees being taken down, and then we can look at the plantings here. But is anyone able to discuss landscape for tree removal and then replantings?
I couldn't.
I'm not sure if, I don't believe our landscape architect is on the call, but if I can share my screen, I can pull up the plan, and if the commission would like to take a look at it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it on my screen. I guess we've all had the opportunity to review it in advance. I had a hard time finding, I probably should know where to look. If there's tree removals, kind of prior or as part of construction, if that's somewhere.
I think that's in the landscape plan, and one of the larger trees is going to be removed from the rear of that property. And I'm not understanding why it needs to be removed, because it borders the river. What's the purpose of it?
Yeah, and that's what I was looking at, Christy, so thank you. Does this show existing removals, or is this just the new plantings?
Yeah, up towards the top.
No,
Seamus.
remove existing tree.
Okay, yep, thank you. So is there really just one large tree being removed? And then here's the planting plan? Is that what I should be understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Remove
And,
existing tree 1, and then the trees that are going to remain, and then.
And what about Doreen's question of, this is probably my last question then, because I understand now that it's really just one tree that we're focused on. Is the reason for, well, why don't I just ask an open-ended question? What's the reason for removing the existing tree?
I believe we just had our landscape architect, Earl Govan, call in to address these questions. And so I'm trying to get his phone number. I apologize, so that I can.
We can shelf it and let others go on. That's all.
I'd like to put it out because the canopy, you know, there are things that do live in our river and around our river. And actually, the USGS did a study, and they're not complete with it, with information, but, you know, tree and canopy create a wildlife habitat and shade the river. So I'm questioning to the rationale in removing that tree.
Mr. Long, Earl Govin, who is our landscape architect, is on the call now.
He's in. He just needs to unmute himself.
Okay. Earl, can you?
Hello. Hello.
Your volume
We can
on, you're
hear
going to have to turn it off.
Earl, hi. I think our question was.
Can anybody hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
we can hear you. Yep. So I think our question was to discuss the removal of the tree.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
What happened?
He has to finish his dial-in process. He'll be right back with us.
Very difficult to do Zoom by phone. Hopefully by next meeting, I won't have to do this anymore.
Why don't I use this very brief moment, Brian? Again, I think here we have a letter to you, August 28th from Hudson Engineering. Sorry, I forgot this earlier when I thought this was my last question. Similar to last time, are you good with all of these responses, or is this something we can discuss a little bit more?
No, I could say that all comments have been addressed.
Thank you.
The latest one being the connection of that floor drain to the sanitary, which has been discussed. So yeah, I'm all set with this.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Brian.
Also, while we're waiting, the pavers, at what level of the ground are they going to be, and what under, I know the pavers are discussed to be permeable pavers, but at what level of the ground, where's the grading plan for that, and how that's going to happen?
That's shown on our stormwater management plan, the grading, and basically it's flush with the sidewalk. So at the sidewalk at that end of the building, you're walking into that area at the same level.
So that's going to be quite the elevation of grade.
It's around elevation 20, between 20 to 21, give or take.
Even in the back where the contour is at 15?
Yes, it'll be elevation 21 in that area. So the wall will be approximately 6 feet high there.
So you're putting fill there?
Yes. And it's outside of the flood zone.
It's within the 50-foot riverine buffer. I'd like to share some pictures because that concerns me.
Can we is Earl up? Can we close out on the tree?
Yeah,
or-
if we can, let's close out the tree thing.
If not, we should.
So can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that before. I'm not quite sure what happened. So can you repeat the question so I can be as precise as possible?
Sure, but I think we're just looking for some discussion from you. Doreen, feel free to add in, but maybe as a start, what are the thoughts on the reason for removing the tree and then the replanting in the area?
Yeah, so there are 3 trees there. They're fairly mature. Some are leaning over a neighboring, one of the trees is leaning over a neighboring structure. So, and they're all very large for the space. So after discussion with Susan Oakley, we decided to keep 2, but remove the one that's leaning over the neighboring property. This will provide us with some shade in the area, and we're planting the area that we have under our domain, our property domain, with native material that will kind of grow up and create more of a environmentally sustainable environment for wildlife as opposed to human life. It's good. The material is larger on the perimeter. We have a number of different materials that are all native that will, buffer the water's edge. It's really no longer meant to be a walkable area, someplace where you can access, where you can actually now, where that wooden little platform is that leans over the water's edge. So, we're trying to leave that as a natural area as opposed to a activity area.
So let me understand what you said. You're removing the tree for the purposes of it leans over a building?
Yeah, the building behind, I'm not quite sure the address, but on the upside of the sheet, north on the screen,
right.
There's another building across the way, and one of those trees is kind of precarious. So the thought was to remove that one, leave the other two. It will help the other two thrive. I believe it's the biggest one that's not in great health that is leaning, and that's the one we're selected to remove while we're keeping the other two.
Has a determination of the health of that tree been made?
I don't know if there's been an official arborist looking at that. It is quite precarious at the moment. So, they've been left to grow for a while, so they're large. Those three trees are quite large.
What type of tree is it?
I'm not quite sure what that one is personally. I don't know.
And the other two are, I forgot what the.
I'm off of memory. One could be a sycamore. They're lighted bark. I don't know exactly what trees those are.
So you're saying the village's landscape architect, in reviewing the plan, recommended its removal?
The village landscape designer concurred that the selection of the two trees to remain and the one to remove was appropriate.
On the basis of what?
The health of the trees, the situation they're in. Again, I think the one tree that's being removed is situated in a manner that might be, it might be advantageous to take it down now while we can, as opposed to letting it come down naturally and, potentially damage either this building or the one next to it.
Has any consideration been given to looking at that tree as far as its health, but also in the context of shading that all the trees, but the one, especially the one that you're going to remove, how it provides shading for the river?
Well, the other two provide shading as well. So I'm not quite sure we're losing any shade because of that tree. You have the other two that will flourish once that's gone.
Well, the diameter of the tree that you're removing is quite large. That's the only reason why I ask. I'm not sure about the canopy.
Well, like I said, I think the other two will flourish once that one's gone. It'll provide the plantings that are being provided are, I think, at a much greater advantage to the plantings that are there now. There's it's a weedy area that we're replanting with native shrubs and ground cover that have natural habitat value that the plants there, I don't believe, have at the moment.
I think from our, I don't recall, but I remember reading from the environmental consultant that we have.
Yeah.
He was talking about a better selection of native plants.
Yeah.
I don't recall if that was for the rooftop or for that area. Can you specify which?
Yeah, it was for the rooftop, and we've actually increased our native selection by about 50%. So we changed all the boxwoods to inkberries. We have a native hydrangea and native dogwood on that, with some ornamental grasses and some plants that are they've adaptive natives. So the hydrangeas and some of the ornamentals, but mostly the hydrangeas actually are adaptive natives. The others, other than the grasses, the feather reedgrass are all native. So we made that revision since that comment came out.
Okay. Is it possible to enlarge this plan so that you can see it better? I'm on LMC TV, so as far as screen sharing, I don't have that capability.
Is there a particular portion of the plan you'd like to focus on?
The area behind the existing building where the tree removal is happening.
Okay. Is that better?
It didn't change. I'll pull it up on the agenda. Let's see if I can pull it up.
So what we're planting back there is switchgrass, which is a native grass that hasn't.
Okay, so you have bayberry, ice dance sedge, Pennsylvania sedge, switchgrass, red twig dogwood. So the existing tree that you're removing is closer to the riverbank than the other two, or actually the river wall. And I had thought that your property actually borders the retaining wall to the river there, yes or no?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, and I was mistaken. Okay. Oh, I see all the different plants that you changed. I would like more information on seriously, on the removal of that tree that's closest to the bank of the river, and, how it was determined that it's not safe. I will go over there.
It's not safe, but I think what we're saying is it's best for the health of all the other plants if that one gets removed so that we can allow the other ones. We've gone through this for 6 months trying to determine which one would go, how it would go. We came to the conclusion that the one that's in the most precarious situation should go to allow the other ones to thrive and to allow for the plants that we're planting there to grow.
I have a quick question. So when it comes to the tree removal, are you guys going to grind the stump down, and how would you get that equipment back there? Again, to Chairman Burt's question about getting equipment close to the river.
That would not be my purview. I'm not a stump grinder, so I'd have to leave that up to the construction manager or whoever that might be. But that's not a question I can answer.
Because that's a rather large piece of equipment to get back into that area.
I'm going to try to get some clarification from my client on that.
So as far as the landscape plan, are you involved? Or is Michael Stein involved with the pavers?
I just did the landscaping, so the roof garden and the landscaping. So everything else is by others.
What is the question with the pavers?
Well, no, I just wanted to ask that question. The other question I had is that is going to be an area where people can sit, and I'm wondering, since our LWRP does deal with water quality, what are we going to do for things flying off the roof into the river, whether they be furniture, umbrellas,
Yeah,
Is there going to be, what is the plan for the use on the top of that building? I know you did the landscaping, but it's a roof garden, so I see some chairs and a table, but how are you going to maintain that pollutants don't get into the river, flying off, with wind? And how do you stabilize the plantings so that doesn't happen?
I can speak to the plantings. Those planters won't be going anywhere. They have significant weight to them. The soil alone would keep them in place. But so for the plantings, the size of the planters being 30-inch wide, they won't be going anywhere. There's, and just to clarify, we were talking about, I listened to your previous application where they asked for 10% of the roof being vegetated. This roof is close to 25 or 30% vegetated. And the planters are 30 inches wide at a minimum. So they're plenty heavy enough. They won't be going anywhere. The pavers are typically done with snap ties and pedestals. So they're not going anywhere. They're all wind rated for this environment. The furniture is all weighted down at the bottom, so it doesn't fly off. So for furniture, pavers, and landscaping, that stuff is built to code so it does not fly off the roof for obvious reasons.
So how is litter going to be controlled?
Excuse me?
How would litter, anything that anyone brings up to that area, how would that be controlled?
I'm not a manager of the building, so I can't answer that.
Well, that's part of our LWRP because there are a lot of floatables in our water. If you look at the Section 303D list of pollutants that are in that waterway, floatables are one of them. And floatables are things like water bottles and, things that really should not be in the river.
Doreen, can I ask another question about the landscape? That's landscaping specific.
Yep.
We're getting a little off of the landscaping part here. So in the area where the tree is going to be taken out and all these plantings are going to be put in, is there any fill going to be put in there or new soil going to be put into that area? Or are you going to use the existing soil that's there and just dig holes and put things in?
We would typically write a specification that would require them to provide planting soil, which would have to be brought in by hand. Planting mix with organics, topsoil, and sand as a typical plant, mixture.
Is any part
So
of
we
this
would be
lot
bringing
within?
in soil for that.
I'm sorry.
If the existing soil was not suitable to plant in, we would be bringing in soil to do that.
I want to check something that I thought we had laid to rest in a prior discussion. Is any part of this lot within a floodplain?
No.
No.
Yeah, I believe I
No,
remember
it's
that.
elevated.
No. Okay. Too high.
And if I could just, my client was, I believe, able to get on. Mr. Long, his phone number is 914-403-0359. He may be able to address some of the commissioner's questions about construction and the process.
I have a quick question about the landscape and the plants. What kind of fertilizers are you going to be using for the plants?
Again, typically we would write a specification that has, a general landscape fertilizer. If it's desired that this needs to be organic, we would write one for organic fertilizers.
Yeah, I think
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just thinking it's a bad idea to put any kind of nitrogen, chemical nitrogen there, or organic.
Again, we have no grass per se, so our nitrogen levels are usually pretty low.
Well, what about the shrubs? Those need nitrogen, don't they?
Yeah, but at a much less lower level than a grass lawn would require.
Okay, but it's still NPK, right? It's still some kind of fertilizer.
Yeah, typically yes.
Okay.
But again, because it's not applied in the same manner as lawn is, the issues are far less exaggerated because you're mixing it in with the soil at planting time. You don't necessarily fertilize landscape on an ongoing basis. So you may do it if you had a high maintenance lawn. In this case, you wouldn't fertilize. We wouldn't be fertilizing that back area after the initial planting at all. We would let nature take over.
So is nature going to water this new planting area?
That's correct.
Okay.
After
So there's
establishment,
no sprinkler system.
landscape contractor has responsibility to establish the landscaping, and then nature takes over.
Yeah, I just think chemical herbicides and fertilizers should be avoided.
Agreed.
I guess that's got to be one of our conditions. Should we choose to approve this for consistency?
I think we would be certainly willing to have that be a condition of any approval. My client is on, but he's having trouble unmuting himself. I apologize very much.
All right, we have yet to hear from Commissioners Neufeld or Gelber. David, you got anything?
No.
Tony?
Add a few things.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
I'm sorry. Dominic Brescia, applicant, Capetta. I was running late and I'm just chiming in now. So if you guys have any questions for me, I'll be more than happy to address them. Again, I apologize. Christy, do you want to just ask me what, I got your text as which items that are required to be answered by me?
I think there were some questions about the construction staging that Michael addressed. And I think there was a question about how the tree that is going to be removed in the rear of the property, how that is going to be done. There were also questions about whether there is going to be fertilizer used in the rear.
Okay. So as far as demolition and construction, we will be closing the sidewalk and we have the adjacent parking lot that is part of our property that we'll be utilizing to do all construction away from the river, i.e. The only sort of demolition that's transpiring there realistically is just the existing roof deck. Then all new building materials will be shipped in from the parking lot side or from the street, boomed up, and we will take all precautions with silt fence, hay bales, whatever we require, as per Michael Stein's plan shows, to keep all debris and what have you away from that river. We understand it's important that we do that, and we'll totally respect anything we need to do as far as that's concerned. So we'll keep totally away from it at all times, respectively. As far as getting any machinery there, first of all, that tree that is in question was, I believe it was Susan Oakley's recommendation to remove that tree for certain reasons. I worked with our landscape architect, and we agreed to keep the process moving along. But once the tree is cut, yes, it will be grinded down accordingly, and there are some grinders that could do that you could bring in there manually. We do have quite a bit of room, although it's going down now, to get back there and work again very safely and cleanly from the river. There's really not going to be much, any kind of heavy machinery at all on that side near that river. It's not required. Everything can be done manually, and I've already spoken to Frank Tavalacci, let him know the proposed retaining wall we're going to use is not even concrete. It's called a Mesa retaining wall, which is basically a dry retaining wall that uses clean gravel, whitewashed gravel, and everything is done in lifts at 3 feet, and everything's done with gravity, just so that we can put Michael Stein's drainage vat in, put the bicycle rack in. I think it's all a positive as far as, what we're doing there, and accommodating and putting in that retaining wall. And again, all precautions we made with sill fencing, hay bales, making certain that no debris at all flies anywhere at all times, keeping an eye on that, et cetera. So hopefully my long-winded reply to you guys answers those questions.
Thank you. That was helpful. All right. I had just handed the floor over to Commissioner Gelb.
So a couple of questions.
Thank you.
And is any part of this property in either the 100-year or the 500-year floodplain?
I know it's not in the flood zone.
No,
Friendly survey.
Actually, if I can answer this question, no, it's not. I can bring up onto the county GIS, and which will show it if you would like me to share it.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Let's see.
Well, there's an elevation certificate among the records. Let's see.
Yes, it was submitted. That's right.
Right.
So this is the county GIS mapping. Our property line is, let's see, right along through here. So the property is completely outside of the 100-year and the 500-year floodplain.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So that was one question I had.
Sure.
The other question I had is when I go by there, I see a lot. So it looks like some construction looks like it's happening now. So what is happening now?
Basically, on the inside, what we did was we did soil boring tests for the phase 2, and we got a permit from the building department just to do certain partition walls there for the upcoming parking structure that we have to reinforce the building per the structural plan. So that's basically all that's transpired. We just closed off some windows there, et cetera, with the existing building. Nothing as far as, just as far as the existing building is concerned, and to make it safe so that no one, because, the building was in disrepair.
Okay. And then, we spoke about views before. And so
yes,
this will be, as you raise this, we'll be blocking some views, I think, from the village to the river. So is that a concern of our commissioners? I'm asking commissioners.
I don't think that's within our designated view sheds.
Additionally, Tony, what view are you imagining? From Spencer Place, I don't think you can really see the river. Once you get down Phillips Park Road, it's really can see this, yeah.
Yeah, but Seamus, from the back of Mamaroneck Avenue is significantly higher, or at least, yeah. So from the housing and the properties on Mamaroneck Avenue, the backs of all of those houses or all those structures should be able to see that's their view. So I think raising this will absolutely change that view. So that's my question.
I don't know if that's true, Tony, because the building across the street is 2 stories high. Right, directly across the street from it is 2 stories. So this won't be any higher than that building.
Okay.
Basically, it faces the back of Miller's.
And even if it were true, in New York real property law, there's no right to a view, there's no right to fresh air, there's no right to light. So someone can build, and it's happened before, someone might have a apartment building with a nice water view, and the property in front of it goes up and blocks original building's view, there's really no cause of action for that.
Well,
If there was something under the LWRP that we could enforce in terms of view sheds, that's a different story. But in general,
Well, there is, Andrew.
right?
Yeah,
Just on-
this is not about a right to light and air. This is about what view shed means within the scope of our policies. And there's
yeah,
people
that's
can-
where I'm going to look at it.
yeah, it's no secret that I've interpreted view shed more broadly than just the four corners of the designated areas. And I can't make anybody agree with that view, but I've been clear on how I see it. However, having taken a look at that area, the height of the commercial district buildings immediately across the street kind of mean there are not a lot of places from which you could see over the top of this building to the river. So in my own mind, based on my own observations, that hadn't been a significant concern for me, speaking for myself.
As far as
I
views are
concur. That's what I
concerned,
was talking about.
whoops. As far as view shed is concerned, I'm thinking more of the Policy 23 historic resources in viewing that building with all of the eligible and named resources that are in our LWRP. The eligible ones that we just found out with SHPO, as well as what is in our LWRP in that area. And Policy 23 does talk about this in relationship to the 500 feet surrounding area. The other thing I wanted to point out on that is, in our LWRP, I'm pretty sure the planning board did seeker on this, correct?
Yes.
Has the planning board
Yes.
determination on seeker?
Yes.
Yes.
Our LWRP on page 32 says in determining what land areas or what applications are covered, it should be noted that any action within or contiguous to a historic or prehistoric site or any project which occurs wholly or partially or substantially contiguous to a public park or designated open space or in a critical environmental area is determined to be a type 1 project and presumed to have a significant effect on the environment. However, determination, this is the way it's written, to require an environmental review for the type 1 action is not mandatory, but is left up to the discretion of the lead agency. I think we need to start pulling information out of our LWRP when we do preliminary review memos, because that is part of our LWRP. And I don't think, when you do a neg deck with so many eligible and historic resources in that neighborhood, in one of the pictures I took today, you could see the Ward Avenue Bridge from the corner of that property easily. You will still be able to see it, I would guess, and venture if the portion of the building goes up. But I think we need to be cognizant as a commission that that's important.
Right, but Doreen, a type 1 action means there's a potential for a significant negative environment. What's the definition of type 1?
There's a whole list.
There is a
It
whole
may
list.
have significant impact.
Right,
It's
but
a
it's not,
significant adverse impact.
Right.
Yeah, it's the type of action that would be more likely.
To require an EIS. But our LWRP documented that for our program, those are the areas that need to be considered, to elevate to a type 1 action. And this is enforceable because our LWRP was approved by the village, adopted by the Department of State, and concurred with the federal government. That's the way the program works. So we're going to have to be a little bit more cognizant when we do preliminary review memos to have a look at page 32 in our LWRP and point that out. I think it's too late now, or maybe this information is new. I'm not sure how that works.
Well, that's probably a note to bear in mind when we're an advisory agency on consistency in the future. But right now we got an applicant in front of us. If we've heard from, I think we've heard from all 7 commissioners, unless somebody else has got something else, I do have a few more things I want to return to, but I don't want to cut anybody off. Did anybody else have something they wanted to talk about?
Let me know when we can get to the paver issue.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the paver issue. If I understand it correctly, the pavers, while the footprint of the building that's within the 50-foot buffer is not being touched, the pavers are outside the existing footprint of the building and are within the wetland buffer and near the river, right? Applicant?
It is within 50 feet of the river, I believe so, yes.
I'm sorry, I was cut off. Go ahead.
What's the minimum distance from the area of new pavers to the river?
Michael, can you share your screen?
Michael?
Yep.
Michael, can you give us like a rough dimension based on your scale of what that is?
Let me bring it up. And right here is 13 feet. That's where the corner of the building, that's basically the distance from the corner of the building to the edge of the wall.
Okay, so the pavers are anywhere from 13 feet and maybe close to 20 by the time it reaches that corner. Okay, so that's very close to the river. But the first and obvious concern is that it's changing the grade and adding net fill in a floodplain. But I think we're all satisfied that this is too high to be a floodplain, right? It's outside the floodplain area.
Correct.
So my second question is, if you're adding material and adding new structure to a buffer this close to a wetland, and the river itself is wetland, is there any adverse impact on the river from making a change this close to it? And I think that's a wetland scientist question, which makes it a Beth Evans question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. Good evening. I was out there and looked at this site in May before all the vegetation got thick. I don't think there's any potential for this paver area to impact the river, Mr. Chairman, because there's a pretty significant wall along the river's edge, and the flow, any rainwater runoff is going to be picked up from this area and taken out to the storm drain and to go through a separator before it gets there. So this new paved area is not going to flow toward the river. It is actually going to be taken away from the river into the existing storm system.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Now, right now, the building's not being used for anything. At points in the past, it had various industrial uses. Is there wildlife in the riverine habitat that are going to suffer if there's a bunch of people using that paver area as recreational space and pedestrian traffic?
I do not think there is, because there's almost a 10-foot or greater drop between the surface of this property and the river itself. There, as I say, it's a very steep retaining wall there along the side of the river. And so wildlife really that is using the river corridor is going to stay down in the river corridor. And other than birds, there's very little chance for wildlife to be using this site, and unless they can fly, the river itself.
Is there a light or a noise condition that's going to change when this project is completed that's going to adversely affect the fauna that use the river?
I do not believe so, no. The main activity and use in this property will remain interior to it, and I don't think there's any chance that activity on this site or in the developed part of this site will impact wildlife. And if I can just refer back to the landscape plan, Mr. Govin's plan replaces what is right now mostly weeds with native species that do have wildlife value, especially small birds, berries and things like that, and cover for nesting and shelter. So I think that overall this plan will enhance the wildlife value of this property, not impact it.
Yeah, once again, and I may sound like a broken record when I say this, but it's important to keep focused on our mission. Offset is not really a concept that functions within the context of the 44 policies we do. We can't like something about the environmental impact of a project in one place and dislike it somewhere else and net them out against each other. We live with a regime of absence of negative impact, not overall impacts that we like. And I'm not suggesting that you had said the opposite. I just in how we talk about it, I like to make sure we keep focused on how we have to consider these things.
Agreed, and I've heard you say that before, and I've tried to make sure that I'm clear, and if I wasn't, I apologize, that there, in my opinion, is no adverse impact associated with this project on the river.
I think Doreen may have had some questions about the paver area too.
I know Mr. Stein said that this paver area is going to be elevated to the sidewalk level. So when you look at the contours of 15, this is adjacent to this paver area, 15, 15, 16, 17, going all the way up to 20. How is that paver area going to be stabilized some 5 feet, 4 feet, 3 feet, and all the way up to the 20-foot contour?
There's a retaining wall proposed to confine the paver area and confine the fill. If you can see the plan that is on the screen, it has top of wall and bottom of wall. That's TOW and BOW. Top of wall is 21 feet, bottom of wall is 15 feet, which is existing grade. And that's true throughout the wall. So it is a matter of building a wall to contain the fill that contains the pavers and the drainage under those pavers, the perforated pipes that will take that, whatever flow is excess there, will take it back into the stormwater system that exists in the road.
Okay, so that's going to be a 6-foot drop though.
Correct. It's a 6-foot high wall at the corner of the building there.
Is it absolutely necessary to do that for your stormwater management facility?
The entire length of the wall, no. We're using the space closest to the sidewalk right here, and that's where a mechanical separator is.
Right.
We have multiple drains in this area that pick up the runoff from the patio and direct it into there and bring it away, clean the water, and discharge it further downstream. This is more of providing an amenity for having a bike rack and having an area to provide.
But you certainly have to do something with covering over the pipes, because the pipes are there for the separator, correct?
Well, the rim of the separator is at elevation 21, the invert's at 17. We would need something minor right through this area just to cover for this mechanical separator, but we wouldn't need to go all the way to the corner of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is more the client's interest, trying to provide a public benefit by putting a bike rack or anything else along that lines in this area.
Understood, but the problem is with our LWRP is the public benefit doesn't outweigh the impact to the natural resources.
But there is no impact to natural resources. There's no water from this area that's going down over land into that stream. This water is being directed away in a different direction. So there is no impact. There is no water coming from this area that can contaminate any soils or anything closer to the stream.
Right, but you're elevating the grade and the water. And what I'm thinking in my mind, if that whole section is going to be elevated by the wall, then the contours off-site have to drain into the river because they're not going to go uphill.
But they're already draining that way currently.
Right. I have a picture of a pipe that's actually in the wall there that potentially could have tied into the old leader pipe.
Right, but the discharge from that is being redirected. And so whereas that water is currently not being treated, all the water coming from the site will be treated and will be discharged in a control point.
Understood, but there's still a difference in grade when you fill something that is different.
That doesn't mean it has an impact. That reduces the tributary area to that point.
That needs to be explored. This is 13 feet away from the river.
I'm not sure it needs to be explored because we're cutting off water from going into the river that goes there now. So we're not having any negative impact. We're having a positive impact. I defer to the village's consulting.
Yeah, after hearing and seeing, hearing this discussion, I would agree that there's no real impact. Like as mentioned, by creating this wall, yes, it's a wall. No, it's not necessarily, to cover drainage. It will be an amenity, and any drainage from this area, paver area, will be collected. I don't see, other than constructing the footing and making sure that excavation and any spoils don't enter the river once it's stabilized, I don't see how the stormwater will be negatively impacted by this wall.
I have pictures of the area, and I can't conceptualize on this plan, okay, and what it looks like in the field, what the end result is going to be.
I'm just confused. What do you think is going to happen? I don't understand what the.
Well, if the contour is 20 at the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And the wall is put up at that contour all the way to the rear of the property, and I know it's a small area. The drainage is going to go probably as it goes now, but it's going to definitely be focused towards the river at that 15-foot contour in both areas.
That's exactly what it does now.
Property, and it's off your property. I don't know whose property it is. It's also over the village's trunk line. The sanitary.
Anything we're proposing is not over the village's trunk line. It's all within our property, all within our boundaries of our property. The trunk line is a good 7 feet away.
It says approximate location, and I know the survey says it wasn't actually determined, but.
Well, the approximate location of the easement, the sewer pipe right there you have a manhole structure on each end that it follows to. So where the pipe is where the pipe is. They follow straight alignments from sewer manhole to sewer manhole. So that's not what's in question. That's why they say the approximate location of the easement.
So it's okay for, I know there's a sewer easement, so there isn't any kind of agreement on the easement area that you would need to get involved with? The applicant might need to get involved with the easement owner?
I don't.
I was going to suggest that we look at the renderings, but when I just looked at the rendering, you actually have a car in that area, so it doesn't show what this would look like, which is what I think Doreen's looking for.
I can share some pictures that I took. They're not great, but if you haven't been to the site, I can send them to Mr. Long if the chair will.
That's might as well look at them.
Yeah, send them and I'll put them up.
All right, let me see. Phillips Park's pictures.
Can I just share the rendering a minute just to show you
Sure.
what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yeah, William, if you could let Martin share his screen.
He can. He has permission.
Everybody see this?
Yes.
So if you look in this area over here, there's a car parked here. that's where the bike rack's supposed to be.
Right.
So I'm not sure if they
I'm
think
not sure that's definitely not correct because you're not going to have a car parked in there.
right. Well,
Yeah, no.
But I can't speak to the rendering. Sorry.
Yeah, Michael, I mean, that is just a conceptual, if I could just chime in. There's no car park there. But I think what Doreen's main concern is she can't conceptualize how this retaining wall is going to be in relation to this. And again, to reiterate, it is a small retaining wall that just meant to accommodate Greg Cutler's request, which he was very excited and appreciative about. We said that it's a small little site there. We couldn't really put it anywhere, so we put it there. We required to put a drainage vat, et cetera. And again, we don't think this would impact anything at all after everything is stabilized. But I think what Doreen is saying, she doesn't know how it's aesthetically going to look in relation to everything. And you know, again, I wish. Tell me.
Right now, as it stands, the tables and chairs are at a higher level. But when I look at you can actually see the wall of the river if you enlarge one of the pictures. I sent 2 emails, Mr. Long. You can actually see the wall of the river, which is quite close to the building. I don't know where your property line actually ends. I would assume the fence, but that fence is up against the river. It seems. I was on the sidewalk at the site. I did not enter your property when I took these pictures today.
You could have. That's no problem.
No, you need permission. You need permission.
Well, that's the closest point, right? That the far corner of the building shown to the left of that photograph is the closest point of the existing building to the river.
That is correct. And then it goes away from the river quickly and starts. That's the closest point. Yes.
And
Mr.
then
Chairman.
that tree with the pronounced rightward lean, that's the one that's being cut.
I believe it is. I don't have the landscape plan in front of me, but it is. I believe that is.
I don't think so. I think that's
not
on
it. It's the one
neighboring
further
property.
back. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's further back.
But the retaining wall in that previous picture would be built basically directly toward you in that picture from the back corner, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, along the left-hand side of the photo as you're looking at it.
So that
I mean, you can see with this picture, you could look at this picture how it goes down. It's so steep. We would just basically try to make it a level area there. That door, obviously, will all be underground at that point. But again, it's a small sliver retaining wall, and you know, we just you know.
There are 4 other pictures that I sent in another email, Mr. Long. Did you receive them? You could see the Ward Avenue Bridge from there.
Hey, Doreen.
Yeah.
So,
Do you notice this? Doreen, just to let you know, do you see any garbage or any papers on the floor there? Zero. Just want to let you know. We keep the place clean.
Oh, yeah, I know. It was great.
So I have a question. Is that doorway going to be blocked up because you're filling in there?
Yes. Yes, of course. Yes.
I had no idea this was a 2-story building until I saw the gate open.
Yeah, it doesn't
might
look
not
like
be
it from the
a
street.
building, but it's lower than what's on the street.
Yeah, that's the current mechanical room that's down there. It's just a little a little, it's about 1/8 of the building. It's the only area that's underneath. It's slab on grade, existing slab on grade building. And that's where the current old mechanical room is at this point in time, which will be abandoned.
But
Is
there are
that-
several other
that-
pictures that
Let me just
I
ask you
sent.
quick, before you get off that slide, is that bamboo growing in the back there? Can you go back
I don't
one?
see any bamboo there. I know it's illegal, I think, in America. I didn't see any bamboo there at
No.
all.
No, it's either ash or small ash trees or small locust.
Yeah, I didn't notice any bamboo there.
No. But there are 4 other pictures, Mr. Long. Did you receive them?
Yeah, I showed all of the pictures that you sent. I'm going to show them, as you watch, I'm going to scan through all of them again.
Thank you.
Does the grade pick up a lot to the right when you get into the village park?
It does. I thought I sent
Yes,
that
it
picture.
slopes up.
Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, so that's just kind of like a hole almost, right? Because the sidewalk is at one level and then the park is pretty much at the sidewalk level, I think, which is just,
Yes, correct.
right.
Yeah, it is a hole. You're definitely going down a hole. It's very steep. That's why that rope is there on the left-hand side. You have to hold yourself. It's a steep drop.
Well, that's my point. That there could be potential for a gully between where those tables and chairs are and where this park area is, or this paver area is. That's exactly my point, and that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not sure how a gully. We're actually going to be
That'll-
building a wall through
Grading.
there and elevating the grade. And so the grade will actually continue to follow along through on the village property where it is now.
But it's going to be higher than it seems to me it's going to be higher than the stone wall of the river.
Well, yes,
It will be.
of course
yeah.
it's going to be.
So there will be a gully at some point back there.
It's almost, Doreen, it's almost like it's 2 retaining walls, one on higher and one lower, and then on between the 2, it's graded nicely with the correct plantings. But again, after all the grading is done, it will look so much better than it does now, obviously. But it will look aesthetically pleasing to the eye, especially when everything is down and you have those tables there, so on and so forth. You'll see a brand new face to the wall. You'll see plantings. You'll see new grading, etc. So,
How it looks is not my concern. It's a
No, but I'm just saying. I'm just describing. There's no gully. I don't know what there's no hole. There's a hole now, but there won't be a hole after everything is improved at all.
Yeah,
But if you understand my concern,
Doreen.
there will be potential for erosion based on what I'm seeing in the field and what's on the plan of sedimentation in the river over the wall, and sedimentation kills fish and wildlife or whatever's growing in that water very easily.
So, Doreen, I think the question we need to ask is there a way to capture the water that's going to cause the gully and either direct it into their stormwater system or into the river in a way that won't cause sedimentation?
Actually, what we're doing is reducing the size of what gully may be perceived as, because we're actually, by putting the wall in, we're pulling water away from that area. So overall, it is an improvement to what's there now.
Where's the water on top of the paver area going to drain?
That drains into the mechanical separator, then
Right.
down and discharging out to the stream further down at a controlled point.
So that reduces the total flow over grade.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're building a wall that's approximately 5 feet. It has to be if the contour is 15.
6 foot max.
6.
6 foot max. So between that wall and the river, there's a differing grade, and where the plantings are behind your building. that contour is going to remain at 15, where you're putting your plantings in, where you're removing the tree, correct?
Yes.
So could we put a, Doreen, could we put a drain in that area so that the water just doesn't cascade down that slope?
You can't, because the elevations aren't conducive to it, but you're talking about water flowing over top of that slope, going over top of the wall that is going there currently right now, and we're decreasing the amount of area that is, which is all village property. The only thing we're not decreasing is what's on the village's property. It's the village's property that's causing this.
Well, if we were to try to control, if the applicant were going to try to bury a drain, they'd be burying a drain within the buffer right by the riverside, which would raise more concerns for me than anything I've heard about that water movement. What I'm hearing about the water movement is any precipitation that falls on the pavers would no longer flow over grade, but would now go into a mechanical separator. Any precipitation that falls on the grade that will remain after the wall is going to be the same water that's falling there now, and it's going to travel in the same direction, parallel to the river, up in an upstream direction, and through the landscaped area, and eventually into the storm system. But according to the environmental consultant, both theirs and ours, it's not crossing over the wall into the river. Until I hear somebody explain to me why it is going to cross over the wall and into the river, I'm not concerned about the sedimentation.
And just to mention that, I mean, what would be possible? I can further decrease the appearance of a gully if I actually graded out onto the village's property, which would actually, by doing that, I would decrease the amount of wall that we would need, which would also increase basically the access to the bike racks from the tables and park area, and actually really increase that that recreation area.
What my concern, like so many other applications, is this is a buffer area, and fill should not be added to buffer areas. They should remain in their natural state.
But Doreen, part of the natural state here is concrete, as you can see in the picture you took. It's a concrete ramp that we're proposing to put a paver area above.
Understood. But there's an area of dirt very, very far away from the corner of that building versus going to the back of that building and creating a 6-foot-high wall, and that area behind there will remain.
But exactly what you're showing. The pictures you took are showing exposed soil that if it rains, that soil is eroding and going down into the river. But
if you get a large picture, it's not, because the wall is up against that soil.
What wall? To the river?
The seawall, yes. The
It's
seawall.
not a ski wall. It's a river wall. But if we're looking at that, you have exposed soil extending all the way down to the river wall. By what we're proposing, we're eliminating exposed soil, which then the exposed soil causes erosion, which when it rains, that soil, that mulch, that everything washes down to the river. We're putting in a controlled wall to prevent any of the water from our property extending down to the river. We're capturing it, we're treating it, and we're releasing it at a controlled point, as opposed to allowing it to run off, go over land, and put sediment in the river that you're concerned about.
Hey,
But there's, your property and the village property is what I'm saying, is there, you can only do so much on your property, okay? There will be an area, I've seen this on my street, where 2 houses were built, and we have storm drains that are nothing but, what are the old school things called? Where you dig a hole and you put rocks in it. What's that called?
Dry well?
A dry well. Our storm drain on our street is nothing but a dry well. when two houses went up across the street at a lower grade, there was a river going between their homes. And it was a
Mr. Long.
lower elevation of a foot.
But you're talking 30
Happened.
feet, 30 feet that we've reduced it, the volume of water and the tributary area by 20 to 30%. So the village had an issue already. We're reducing the problem substantially by building this wall and not allowing that water to run down. And we're taking that water, again, treating this water and bringing it out a different way to
Can
a controlled point.
Can, Mr. Long, do you mind stopping sharing your screen? I have something up from Google Maps that I think if I could share my screen might be helpful.
Thank you, Seamus.
Let me see if I'm able to do this. Here we go.
I want to know how you're sharing a Google map for the future, Seamus. That's hard.
Well, are
Make
you
a
guys,
PDF?
are you seeing what I'm showing here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
street view, yep.
so it looks to me like here's our park at a grade, and then we're going to bring pavers out at the same grade. When you're standing here, when you look down this property line, are you going to see like a 6 foot deep, we'll call it a gully since that's what we've been calling?
You're going to start off where our patio meets grade. And then as we extend further back, we have to go up with the wall because the existing grade on the village property doesn't blend directly into where we are. So our wall is going to start off at 0. And once we get to the corner of the building, that back corner that's 13 feet off the wall of the river will be 6 feet high.
And then, but just from the perspective of someone standing on the sidewalk, am I right that adjacent to the building, it goes back at the sidewalk grade? And then here, clearly the park goes off at sidewalk grade. So you're kind of looking down a ramp here, right, into a gully into the back. Is that what it will look like from here?
Yeah, you're going to have right where you have the cursor going, you're going to have, that's where our wall is going to go. And the village's grade is going to drop into the bottom of our wall.
Exactly what my concern is.
Right. But what your concern is that that's going to create a rivulet that's going to have a high velocity flow going through it, when in reality, it's the little bit of slope to the right of that point that actually is going to it, whereas it's going, it had another 15 feet over more to go and create that rivulet. We're decreasing it so substantially, you're not having flows that are anything of any velocity. And again, like I said, I have no problem going in and grading from the village's property straight into and eliminating a substantial part of the portion of the wall.
The retaining wall will go.
I mean,
will go down.
not only, to not have to build that wall for no reason, but that would create a more level area, blend more into where you have bike racks going into the picnic tables. That would be the ideal situation. But I mean, I think I believe that that would require an act of the village board trustees, which
and you
don't want to go to.
Do you lose this flat area, or do you blend from there in?
We'd blend from there in.
Yeah.
That flat area would blend directly into us if we did a little bit of grading in between.
So I have no idea whether that's even worth talking about because I don't know what that process would entail. But I think we're starting to get the vision. At a minimum, it will look strange to me. You'll have this gully here that I guess you'll see, and then the question of whether that's a problem for velocity of water. I think I hear you, Michael, in that the building side of it's not creating any of that issue. Maybe it's even ameliorating some of it, but it is something that happens on this site, I believe, right?
Yeah, and this happens when you have two different owners and two different properties, and you're both trying to do something, but unless you're really getting to a joint venture, you can't blend things perfectly. And I'm sure Dominic would say he would grade this out. He would add the fill in to blend this and make it look more uniform, but it's not our determination to make because it's the village's parkland.
That's correct.
And that may even come down to, it may not even come down to a village's decision. That may come down to a state decision because it is parkland.
There also is a tree that's right in between that fence that has a lot of vines on it that's in this picture. I didn't see it being removed, so I guess it's a village tree, correct? Or is that one of the trees slated for removal? I don't think so.
I also,
But-
Doreen, I don't know how old this picture is either, because this is just from Google Street View.
Well, that tree is definitely there because I noticed that it was within the fence. You know, it's up
From-
against the fence and
from
leaning towards the property.
From looking at the survey, my guess is that that's going to be off the property, because if you look at, and if you'd like me, I'll put it up again, you can see where the fence is, the chain link fence is compared to our property line. And the retaining wall is, or I'm sorry, the wall along the river is 13 feet away. That chain link fence is maybe 10 feet away. So just looking at the survey, I'm guesstimating that's definitely off our property.
Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to do a lot of guesstimating too, because it's difficult when you receive digital records to verify things, you know, with the scale.
Okay,
It's hard
I
to-
think Tony wanted to speak.
Just to go back to your lighting point of view, is there any lighting in this landscape area?
If I could answer that, Tony, on previous, I believe in front of the planning board, we got an approved lighting plan. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, they approved a lighting plan which was very sensitive. They actually gave us the light that they recommended. I don't have it in front of me now, but I could forward it accordingly to your office, which again got approved, and the planning board actually suggested to us the type of fixture it should be, because it was very critical. You know, they wanted it because the river was there. So we go ahead and noted it on the plan, and those lights are the ones that we're putting in, which are only, I think there's only a few, and they're only on the river side, just to kind of sort of illuminate that side of that building very, very gently.
All right, I think I can accept that. The other thing I wanted to ask was, I know we've spent, usually we go through and ask, you know, did the DEC and DEP and Army Corps, have all these other agencies weighed in on this project?
Christy.
I can bring up the notice of intent to be lead agency to see who the planning board circulated it to.
No, that's not what I'm asking, Christy. Did New York DEC look at this property?
In the context of this project,
Yes.
I don't believe so unless the planning board sent them the notifications. It was when we discussed it at the board's last meeting, the commission's last meeting, it was discussed to send it to SHPO, and we did do that. But because it was determined that there were no wetlands on the site, I don't believe it was submitted to those other agencies.
All right.
Well, isn't a county stream, oh, no, you're not doing work in the stream. What about the county stream control? I know you're not.
I believe when Greg, if I could just chime in for a second, when Greg Cutler was the planner, we literally, Chrissy, maybe I could refresh your memory, we literally, there was a mailing that went out to all these agencies, New York State DEC, Army Corps Engineers, the whole list. I have a copy of that letter and the mailing list that it went to. I think only few people responded, and we addressed it. But I believe they did go to all these agencies months and months back.
Okay.
I
thought we ran the permit list last time.
So I'm looking, copies with attachments were sent to Mayor and Board, Village Manager, Clerk Treasurer, Acting Building Inspector, Village Attorney, blah, 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 the School District, DPW, State Historic Preservation Office. So, nope,
No DEC, no DOS, no ACE, but I think we ascertained that there's no need for a permit from ACE on any issue here. DEC is not needed because it's not in a floodplain.
Correct, and it's not a protected stream.
Right.
No reason to think there's jurisdiction from DEC, DOS, or ACE.
Probably not. Because it's outside of the actual river.
Yeah.
Still in the buffer, though.
It's in the buffer, but that's not, that doesn't mean they've got jurisdiction. That means we consider it for our purposes. Okay. We gotta bring this to a close. What else do we need to know to have a consistency vote on this project?
I'd like to know how adding something to a existing non-conforming use by building or expanding it, how it does not increase the non-conformity. I know that has nothing to do, you might think that has nothing to do with consistency, but it's near a river. I know Mr. Tavolacci had provided us with a memo, or provided a memo on zoning compliance, but the zoning code speaks to you cannot increase the nonconformity. So how does...
The nonconformity is being within 50 feet of the river, but nothing that they're adding to the site is within, well, nothing that's new in the building is within 50 feet of the river.
Or closer to the river than the existing structure.
Or closer to the river than the existing structure, right? It's not making it any closer. All right. Commissioners, does anybody else know of any information they need to cast to make their consistency determination? Tony?
No, I think I'm good.
Martin?
I'm good, thanks.
Seamus?
Nothing, thank you.
Andrew?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Good, I'm satisfied.
David?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Doreen, aside from what we just discussed, is there something else that you need to determine to make your determination about consistency?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay.
And why do I keep calling you Andrew, Thomas? I don't know why.
Yeah, should I read into that?
No.
You thinking about me? What's going on?
I assume it's meant as a compliment. So we'll, okay, so I think we know what we need to know. Sounds to me like we're ready for no further information is needed for people to make their consistency vote, and we're ready for a vote.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would prefer to vote without conditions. Is there a way to get the fertilizer, organic fertilizer, somehow memorialized in a different way? Or what are we proposing there?
Can we just put a note on the drawing right now?
But it's more than construction though. It's operationally going forward, I believe, and I don't know where.
How is that enforced?
Yeah.
We've talked about this a lot. How is it enforced unless it's in code?
Well, it can be on the plan, and then when the building inspector would ensure compliance.
Now here, somebody's got to remind me what we said. This is not going to be watered after initial planting. Is it going to be fertilized after initial planting, or is it going to be fertilized when first put in and then left alone?
Not fertilized after installation.
Okay, okay, well then that's just a construction issue. That's one time, which means enforcing it doesn't have to continue after inspection.
Then maybe we get it on the plan. I think that's consistent with what we've already done once this meeting. That would be my preference.
All right, it's in the oral record, and we need that on the plan. Can we Can we have somebody note that?
We can put that on the plan.
Okay, and with that, I think we can, I think what we're voting on here is clean consistency. Seamus?
Chair, can you put forward a more traditional vote for with like a, or excuse me, a more traditional motion? Like with a second.
Fair enough. All right, I make a motion for a vote of clean consistency in conformity with the previously circulated resolution. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seamus?
Aye.
I'm a yes, consistent. Commissioner Gelber?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayne?
Yes.
Commissioner Neufeld?
Yes.
Commissioner Roney?
No, because it has the potential to impair policy 23 in the explanation number 3, and also policy 44, wetlands.
And Commissioner Maggio?
Yes.
Okay, we have a vote.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you in a few minutes on the last application.
About a 4-minute break.
Yeah, we all need a comfort break. This is going late.
Does that mean we're taking a couple of minutes break?
Believe so.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes? Give me a couple of minutes, thank you.
Starting our third application at 10:20 at night.
I said it was going to be a long one.
We kind of knew that going in.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for Tony and David. And there's David, and there's Tony. Okay, I think we can call our next applicant, 1165 Grecian.
Chair, did we receive a new environmental assessment that we requested from the last meeting because of the removal of the trees?
We did. It was the 9.2 or 9.3 updated opinion from Sven is in there.
Okay, I don't think I saw it, but I'll look for it. Thank you.
Good
Good
evening, Ms.
evening,
Motel.
Mr. Chairman. Good to see you at this late hour, Commissioner. Kristen Motel on behalf of the property owners, William and Elizabeth Bedina, 1165 Grecian Point. The property owners are here tonight. Also with us is Rich Cordone from JMC, project engineer, and Beth Evans from Evans Associates Environmental Consulting. I know it's really late. Just a brief recap of the project. The owners are proposing to demolish the existing home on the property, which is uninhabitable, and construct a modest new residence, a garage, and a driveway, all of which will be fully zoning compliant. They're also proposing to replace the existing failing septic system in accordance with Department of Health standards, and to install new stormwater management infrastructure where none currently exists, and extensive wetlands plantings. Now, I know you all really love hearing from me, but at this time, the property owners have actually put together a very brief presentation addressing the commissioner's comments from the July meeting, and also summarizing some subsequent modifications that we have made in response to those comments we've received. So I would ask that the commission allow the owners to give this presentation and hold their questions until the end. Mr. Long, could you please elevate Rich Cordone as a panelist so he can share his screen?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see this.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
That is very faint. If you could enhance your audio.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. This is Bill Fedina. I'm here with my wife, Elizabeth. Of course, Kristen Motel, Rich Cordone from JMC as well. Beth Evans, our wetlands consultant, is also on the line. I wanted to, we submitted a lot more and did, frankly, a ton of homework over the last 6 weeks before we submitted everything at the beginning of September. And so everything that we submitted is available for download and viewable. But what my wife and I sort of show, how committed we are, but really to address your points. What we did, using all the information that was submitted, we made a list of the 12, what we're calling to-dos, that the commissioners verbally went through at the end of our July meeting. And so the objective for Elizabeth and I was to, kind of how you said, be clear about what you want. We wanted to be very clear about what you said and hopefully very clear about our responses and to show you the amount of work we put in to respond to these 12 points. Obviously, we can go on these. We can spend time on one or two the whole time. We can go, we can spend time not on the list. But really the objective was to try to address everything that we had on the to-do list, at least on that July meeting. And so I do know it is getting late. So I had a kind of a narrative prepared to go slide by slide for a while, but maybe in the interest of time, and I know some maybe more worth spending time on than others, maybe what I'll do is just sort of page flip. There's 12 points, 12 slides, just so you can see what we're showing. And as Kristen said, it'd be great. I'll try to maybe take 10 seconds per slide just to say what's on there. And then after that, we can jump around however you see most fit, because we're really here to address everything that came up, hopefully show you the amount of improvements we did. We have more expert opinions as well. So that is the objective. And I hope you see that effort and we can respond as positively as possible. So I was even planning on reading each one and saying what we're doing, but I'll just sort of go to the next page, which is clearly show the existing home versus the proposed home. So existing is in green, proposed is in blue. If there are any issues seeing the screen, we can blow it up. When we made the presentation, we're trying to make it so you can view it as easily as possible. But in short, it's a 3-bed, 1-car garage built in 1953. We're looking for a 4-bed, 3-car garage. It's in a general area. It's bigger than the footprint, and the old house is 100% in the buffer. We're 97% in the buffer. Obviously, no disturbance to the wetland itself.
Can I interrupt a minute? On LMC TV, we're not seeing the next slide. We're only seeing the to-do list. That's the way I'm getting onto this meeting. So what's there is your initial from H. There we go. Thank you.
Perfect. So yes, we can, this is, again, setting the scene. Old house, new house, not in the wetland proper, old house all in the buffer. We're mostly in the buffer. The reason is the septic, which are 4 subsequent slides that that had 4 very important points on. Just going to the next slide, you asked for show us an aerial view of the house so you can see all the surrounding houses and with the new house on there. And that's what this is. Obviously, this is so you can see, we keep saying it's a modest house. The realities is the neighbors next door. I know the engineers and technical consultants we have will tell you the exact perimeter, square footage, everything. And the house next door is 8,000 square feet livable. We're 4,000, the other one's 6,000. We have a list publicly of all the square footages that are livable that we're proposing. But again, just wanted to show in context, and we can happily go into all other aspects of this after we get through. Slide 3. just moving to slide 3. Yes, compliance, this one came from Commissioner Doreen. How are we compliant with Chapter 3 of the Stormwater Design Manual? Again, we can talk through this after, but the key points were outside of the wetland area, the topography, hydrology, as far as from the wetland as possible, green practices, minimizing impact. Again, we can go through all these. We just wanted to show you this. We heard what you said, and we're going through each one of them. All right, village engineer. One of the open items was respond to the village engineer. That was the last meeting was on July 14th. Excuse me, the last meeting was on July 15th. We got all the comments on July 14th. There were 22 comments when only 3 were listed as addressed. We went back, resubmitted everything with a lot more supplemental information on August 21st, 2 days ago, on September 14th. We received the most recent village engineer report. Of those original 22 comments, 18 of them were listed as addressed. So that means there were 4 that required more information, and then 4 new comments were added. Not the point of tonight to go through that. We just got it ourselves, but just wanted to let you know we were taking that very seriously to address all those comments, and we're converging. The next 4 slides are about septic. So jumping to the conclusion of a lot of effort, especially with the Department of Health there on August 6th, we reduced the septic field by 33%. Our engineer at JMC can go into why the soil percolation and why that was possible. And you can see the setbacks. And a point to note, we would have liked a 5-bedroom house, but with a septic, it's just not possible. This is the maximum amount of bedrooms is 4 bedrooms we can do with a septic of this size. This is key to the location of the house. So obviously we listed the 5 most relevant septic, parameters. And there's one of the exhibits, Exhibit B, is to full all the parameters that was submitted to the commission. So the next one, again on septic, does Westchester County allow any non-sewer alternatives to conventional septic systems? The email itself, so this is a snapshot of the email we got back, but the email itself is in Exhibit C, and there's a couple of replies to it. It basically says, we asked, do you allow any variances for fill? Do you allow any variances for a certain distance above the bottom of the absorption field, top of the rock or the groundwater? Effectively, this is the response, none that they're aware of. Again, Rich Cordone can go through this afterward, but just showing you, we were trying to address all the questions relating to septic. Next one, can the existing septic system be used? We had an independent septic system inspection done. This was done in Feb of 18. As a reminder, we've now owned the house for over 2 years. This was done by Classic Septic Inspections, highlighting some of the parts of that report, just right on the conclusion. Facing a lot of problems with it. It's not operating, it's unsatisfactory. And when you have an unsatisfactory septic system, again, that was, are there variants for doing things? What do we have to do? We have to comply with all the Westchester County Health Department codes to remediate, reinstall, et cetera. Again, Rich will address this later in more detail. The next one, public or private sewer. Again, a Q&A, and we have the supporting materials. Can you use a private sewer line and have more users connect to it? No, that's very clearly in the sanitary code. Can an existing unused private sewer line under the road be repurposed to become a public sewer line? Because there is one there, and as I mentioned in a July meeting for a few minutes of talking, we spent most of the last 18 months working on this. No, there were ignoring all the sentiment reasons for why there's a no. The actual response was a letter dated February 2019 that because this was not installed in accordance with Department of Health regs, we were not. Again, there's a lot behind that the village engineer at the time said, but that is the sort of a conclusive conclusion. Can we install a new private sewer line? That was a categoric no. They're not even accepting applications for that. So can we do a public sewer line? In the last 2 months, other neighbors of mine have organized calls with different parts of the Mamaroneck agencies, but even then, when I was working on it in 2019, there's besides the appetite for, we've had multiple Mamaroneck employees say, no, we will not take over a public sewer line. Despite all of that, the reality is, if we were to install a public sewer line, if a public sewer line passes your house, you have to connect. So that creates an interesting dynamic. Even if we could have every septic user on the street say, we will absolutely financially modify, do everything we need with high pressure pumps since we are down the hill, and convince everyone to do that, the private sewer line owners would have to cut their lines and connect. It took months, but I organized a meeting with the help of my neighbors, with the 19 people on the private side of Grecian Point Road in September of 2019. Went around the room with a show of hands. Not one of the private line owners, having them spent 6 figures themselves to install the private sewer lines in 2005 and 2006, would you cut your line? Let's just say there was no price they were willing to do that. The agreement, they said, hey, if my line fails, sure, if there's a public line, I'll connect. But you can see the sort of conundrum we were stuck with. So again, sort of like a lot of parts of this project, stuck is a nice word. DEC, I'm sorry, there's only 3 more slides, just so we can get to the Q&A, but just again, trying to, for completeness, showing what we've been doing.
I think
Yep.
this is helpful at the pace, so please keep going.
Okay, thank you. Corresponds with the DEC. It was in July, like, where are you? Please show us. Yes, so DEC confirmed on June 30th, their jurisdiction is limited to where the 10-foot contour line is. And we'll show the site plan, but that 80% of the new houses in that, the other 20 is not. So we do need DEC to opine. We applied the joint application on July 1st. That was uploaded to the data room to the commission on July 1st. So that's been up there. We have had emails from the DEC every day for the last 2 to 3 weeks that we'll have a completeness review today. Obviously, it's not here. That it's very annoying. We'll probably get it right after we have this, but nonetheless, that is this is the exact status with the DEC. It's been 2.5 months, and yeah, that's where we are. Annoyingly, obviously there's email traffic back and forth about what they're contemplating and thinking about. We actually have our responses drafted, but we just need that completeness review to be able to send our responses. But we don't want to just say these are what they're going on. We want to have actual definitive correspondence and information like all these other points. The environmental review. So I lied, this one's actually 2 pages. One is Beth Evans Associates, one is the village environmental engineer, Sven Hoger. Yeah, the reports are posted up there and we can go through each of them and actually I would happily let Beth and Sven speak to go through, but if I may say, having everyone go to the site, it gives a much different conclusion than if you were to just continue seeing on the page. And I think Beth can speak to that, but also Sven, the first line of his report is, I'm very pleased to report and pleasantly surprised. But again, this is not to cherry pick any good or bad things. This is just to say, I personally spent an hour. Sven actually requested me alone meet him for an hour and a half a few weeks ago in August to go through every aspect of the site, from trees, coastline, animal life, marine life, backyard, which is the wetland proper, trees, everything. So that's all in his report, and we can happily address that as well. Net fill. Please show us what the net fill is. So we have, yes, there is positive net fill. I love to use the phrase, maybe necessary positive net fill, given the old house uninhabitable, needing septic for a certain area. But I would just want to show very clearly what the numbers are, and B, the drawing board of what we've done to reduce those numbers. You can see from July to September. The 4 main reasons, you can see the reduction in the septic area is the big one, and then hence the grading. But this third point is distinctly non-trivial, both from an aesthetic perspective of what we always envisioned as a house, but more importantly from a structural perspective. Macri, and our architect, the structural engineer, he said, hey, can we put the house on stilts? What can we do to not have to bring in a bunch of fill to raise the house to 13 BFE, which was the July proposal, and then put the concrete on that construction fill? The conclusion was the stilts didn't work for a few reasons. Rich can get into that. but Macri structural engineer recommended you should just basically use an entire concrete cube, if you will. So the 1 to 2 foot crawl space will now be 4 to 5 feet. But we're leaving the existing grading around the house instead of raising it to 13 BFE. It stays exactly what it is in the current yard. Sometimes it's 11, sometimes it's 10. That is again on the contour line site plans, which again we can go through. But that basically, and the fourth one, we did reduce the driveway to 10 feet wide, which is the minimum allowable from 12. But the big ones were the septic and the redesign of the house foundation and the associated grading. So it's kind of going to look like a kind of fortress a bit on the sides before we put in bushes. But that was those are the big ones for what we're doing to try to even reduce what we had originally proposed. And lastly, it came up with foot traffic through wetlands, how to preserve and protect them, and landscape and wetland mitigation. All three of these, I'll have this on the slide for viewing at the moment. The backyard, and pardon me, I just call it the backyard because it's just grass, but that wetland proper, in July, it was just, we're going to plant some things along the edge of the water. Now, and maybe we will zoom in touch just to complete this. This is the last slide, and we can have a happy to take all Q&A. But after Beth Evans went to the site twice, she came back and proposed exactly this. We just said, agree. You can sort of see the right third, 30 to 40% of the yard is maintained as lawn. The middle third, it stays how it is, but it grows. And on the left portion and along the coast themselves, there was mowed invasive species that has been mowed for 50 or 60 years. It's been the same landscaper. We put in the good wetland plantings right on the coastline, and whatever Beth chooses that's consistent with the manual from Amerenik for wetland plantings on the left side of the yard. We're focusing on just the wetland proper because we're not disturbed. We're trying to restore and enhance it. There's obviously other plantings, bushes we have in the wetland buffer, but again, yes, this is the last one, and I will turn it sort of back over to the consultants, even though I will be on with my wife here to answer anything if the applicant's information helps. But this is just to stress how seriously, how much we're committed to this project, to this house, and want to, basically, I know it's been very tough, especially when we started in May with basically 2 files. So we admit, we came in a little unprepared, but now we're very focused on trying to find a way to get this through with you. So I'll just say thank you. I know it's late, and hope we can have a constructive, back and forth now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is it possible to enlarge this slide a little bit bigger?
Absolutely. We can, any slides you like. These are also submitted in the exhibits. We can point you to those, but just for the purposes of now, of course. And we can go to any section of the slide that you like during.
Right, no, right where you are, if you can enlarge it more, because I see that there's a proposed, I can't read it, that's the problem. I can go to the file too, but it's just easier this way.
I'm happy to translate.
Doreen, it says proposed marsh elder shrubs to hide cut slope.
Okay. So from my understanding of what I'm reading in the 44 policy explanations, that there is a freshwater wetland and a tidal wetland in this property. Is this correct?
That is correct.
So I would think that from where this yellow line is, between that and where the Spartina is that freshwater wetland, correct?
It is hydric soils. It is currently maintained as lawn.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear about that.
Right. If I may just briefly, that was the first thing I questioned when I looked at this property and looked at where the wetland line was. I thought, how can that be a wetland line that goes right across the middle of the property like that? I believe that the topsoil in this portion of the property between the house and the cove, I believe the topsoil was stripped off of that area at some point in the past. And what was left were the hydric subsoils that are currently supporting a variety of grasses and sedges that are salt tolerant, but also tolerant of wetland areas, but can be mowed. So the lawn, so to speak, is really what I would call a hydric lawn.
And also, from what I understand, I know the applicant submitted a joint application to the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have no jurisdiction on this area?
That's correct.
That is confirmed.
Okay.
And as far as the DEC is concerned, we only have the joint application information. So normally, to help us and to coordinate the review, because that's the DEC is going to be reviewing it, and there's probably similar, or in order to do a completeness determination, there might be more information. My question is have you provided us with everything you've provided to the DEC?
Yes, we have, Commissioner Rooney.
Okay. Because we, as you know, Ms. Motel, that we maybe you don't know, because that last application you went to the agencies prior to coming to ours commission, but it's always good for the applicant to do an application with everybody at the early stage, so that you're not committed to something should jurisdictionally there's an issue with what you're proposing. It could be easily changed.
Right, so in this case, we submitted to all three agencies within a month of each other.
Right, okay. That's the best way that the applicant can be served well.
Are there questions from other commissioners at
All right.
this?
Well, Doreen, if I want to, since you had the floor first, I want to make sure that you've run through your stuff.
I'm going to defer a little bit. I have a couple of things that I have in front of me right now.
All right. It's I don't think I've ever done this before, but I'm going to start talking about this application by talking about another application. Ms. Motel, I went through the submission, and I saw the submission on other net fill projects, and two of those predate my time on this commission, but One Shore Road is both within my time and pretty darn recent. I think we both remember that.
Yeah,
and having read what you submitted, I confess that I am significantly confused. Unlike the other two projects, the submission on One Shore did not mark the area of fill. I went through my notes, my recollection, to see if I could figure out what you're talking about, because I do recall, and I haven't found it yet because we haven't had a lot of time with what you submitted on the 12th. I do recall asking about net fill in the floodplain, and I recall an answer that satisfied me, and I can't imagine I was satisfied with an answer that there was net fill in a floodplain, because if you've watched us a bunch, you may know by now that I'm a bit of a broken record on this topic. I think now I know that there was in fact a variance, that there was in fact a floodplain variance there for 1,415 yards of net fill on the property. But the map that you submitted marks the floodplain, which is only around the perimeter of the property on three sides, but not in the core of the property. It doesn't mark where the fill was. I have, so there I'm going to hand it back to you and ask you to tell me where the fill was on One Shore Road.
Let me pull up the map, Mr. Chairman. So the fill at One Shore Road was situated near the stormwater management system and the septic system, because as you will recall, that property had a similar issue with a failing septic system and wetland buffer. So the fill centered around the pool area, the attenuation gallery, and the septic. And the septic runs along the western property boundary along that stone wall.
For some reason on LMC TV, that property is not being shown, if you're showing it.
No, she's not showing it. And
I'm not showing it now. We can see if we can pull that up on the screen. It was part of your
yes, it was, and I'm just pulling that up now.
yeah, so Exhibit E, and it's item number 1 under Exhibit E.
Analysis of prior matters.
Well, I will say this while you're looking for the map of this property. Each individual site has its own individual situation. And for as long as I've been on the commission, by approving or for consistency, the conditions on a specific property and in comparison to another does not set a precedent. Because there are varying conditions on One Shore Road versus this. It was in a coastal erosion hazard area.
Yes.
From what I recall, I'm not even going to go through this. That's why I want to see what you're talking about.
That's true, Commissioner Rooney. Every property does have its own unique circumstances. The purpose for us providing the precedent to the commission was in response to the comment that there's never been consistency issued for any projects in the village that propose positive net fill. Because in fact, I mean, that's a bit of a generalization. There have been projects, and you're right, each project has its own specific circumstances, some of which, I would draw parallels to what was going on at One Shore Road to this property, because you have an entire home that's completely uninhabitable, a property that's almost 100% encumbered by wetlands or wetland buffer areas, and a failing septic system in a wetland buffer. And certainly that project was very different from Grecian Point, but there are similarities to the two. And in that case, as in this case, floodplain variance is being requested from the planning board, and consistency review was issued pending variance.
Do we have a copy of the floodplain variance?
You have a copy of the resolution that's also in Exhibit F or E1 of your package.
Well, what's the status of that request now?
So this is, oops. Too many windows open here. There it is. Go back. Nope.
All right. So, I mean, unless I misunderstand something, in One Shore, by the time we dealt with that issue, the floodplain variance had already been granted.
No, actually, the floodplain variance was granted after consistency review. So consistency was issued on May 20th, and the site plan approval, wetlands permit, and floodplain variance were issued on May 27th, 2020.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, I mean, if you'd like to discuss the fill for this application, as you can see, the homeowners were able to significantly cut down since our July presentation, the amount of fill that is required for restoration of the site. Now, what's being required is mandated and we're constrained by Department of Health standards for the septic system and how much we need to lift the front yard, as well as bringing the home into compliance with FEMA and village residential construction standards. So, this is the same balancing act that we had to do at One Shore Road, which is why we were bringing that up as precedent.
Mm-hmm. And what's the limit of the floodplain on this property?
Well, the base flood elevation's at 13, so the lowest floor of the home is being raised to 16. The garage is staying at 13 because that's not a habitable space.
No, but I had a different question. I'm trying to, the screen is shared and it's on the part that I can't,
Sure, we'll zoom out.
I can't look. Yeah, if you could zoom out. There's no elevations on this one, just the wetland buffer and the wetland boundary.
We'll go to the
I need the contours.
I don't know why it's not showing on LMC TV's feed, but it's not yet. Maybe it's a little delayed. I'm watching online on LMC TV, and what I'm seeing is slide 12 of the applicant's presentation.
Yeah, they haven't pulled it up yet, Doreen. Give them a second to make it happen.
Okay, I wasn't aware. Thanks.
And your question, Chairman Burt, while that's being pulled up, just so that we can prepare.
Oh, so I wanted to take a look at the contours because I wanted to see what the contours were landward of the house. Fill is primarily in the area where the septic is proposed, and those are. I'm trying to remember how much of this is below BFE 13.
Well, wasn't there an erosion protection structure? There were seawalls there on One Shore Road, correct?
Yes, there were 2 seawalls. On this property, there are no seawalls.
Well, that's the erosion control. That's the erosion protection structure. So there's the difference. That's in a V zone also, if I recall correctly.
A portion was, yes. So this property is in the AE zone. And if you could go to the contours, Rich, towards the water, I want to understand Chairman Burt's question.
Geez, I'm losing everything here.
Okay, so I'm looking at the front of the house. So I'm not really looking at the water side. I'm looking at the landward side where the fill is proposed.
Right, the fill is proposed for that septic area in the septic field, as you see in the front yard.
Right, I'm trying to see where I'm trying to get a good visual on the proposed area of changed grade. There's a proposed retaining wall that I can see.
Oops.
I can see the contours, but I'm trying to find with my eye what the distribution of the new fill is.
Bert, the distribution of the new fill is going to be basically, we're keeping it tight towards the back of the house and bringing that around elevation 9. And along the sides, if you'll see there's that dark line, that's a limited disturbance. That's basically the edge of where we're touching. And we're trying to stay landward of that. The majority of the fill is all in the front of the house along the driveway. And then basically once we get the garage there, we're trying to catch grade at that elevation 13 down to the existing grade behind the home.
So some
Okay,
of
so
this,
much of the fill is between 11 and 13 feet.
If you've got about 30,000 square feet of fill.
wow.
All right, so whereabouts, when you say some of it's there, some of it's there, could you indicate where it's, instead of just saying some of it or most of it, I mean, how much is in the backyard of that? I mean, it's a lot of fill. And that's your reduced amount, if I understand, right?
Yes, so that's the reduced amount.
Right, so that's I mean, 30,000 square feet, I mean, about 29,592 is my math quickly.
Well, sir, I apologize, but our total limited disturbance here is only 26,000 square feet.
Okay, 26,000 square feet. Got it.
Yeah, and of that 26,000 square feet, we're approximately filling 20,000 square feet. There's 6,000 square feet that's going to either be repurposed as for a rain garden. There's a slight depression that's going to be excavated to the side of the building where we're actually proposing the existing home. We're not putting fill there. We're maintaining the existing grades and just grading to work around it.
Well, wait a minute. Just help me understand that, then I'm lost. Maybe you could just help me redirect me. I thought you were bringing in a net fill of about 1,096 yards, which is about 30,000 feet. Are you bringing in 30,000 square feet?
You mean cubic feet?
Yes.
Okay, it's two different units. I apologize. I misunderstood what you were talking about when you were saying the square feet.
Well, you use yards, okay? I mean, that's fine too. But most people get confused. It's not 3 times, it's 27 times. It's 1 yard is what, 1 cubic yard, you would know better than me, is what? 20?
Yes, 1 cubic yard is 27. 1 cubic yard is 27 square feet, 27 cubic feet. Yes, sir. Now, the thing is, there's a lot of things that actually get taken away from that. For example, all the stormwater detention area, that area is actually void space. The rainwater harvesting, those are void space. So it's not actually.
What does void space mean? That there's nothing there now?
There's not going to be anything there proposed. There's stormwater retention area is a holding area for water. For stormwater.
Are you not bringing in about 30,000 cubic feet?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. I don't want to get confused on it. Okay. Do you have an idea? Because I think the chair was asking you, and that's why I didn't mean to interrupt by anyone, but where that's going? Because that's a lot of info.
Yes. Hold on a second. Let me get that. Just a second. Supplement. Okay, this we have done. We've taken everything throughout the entire site and broken it down as to what the fill actually is.
Okay.
Of this, 480 cubic yards of fill have to be brought in for Banquet. I believe this is what you were looking for. 93 cubic.
I'm sorry, you just said 480, and then you changed top. Where are you putting the fill? If you could just repeat that, I'm sorry.
On the screen too, David. Do you see it there?
Oh, actually, it's now I lost. Here it is. Is this the existing conditions map? No.
No.
Oh, here it is.
No.
Now I think it's there. Now I think I'm there. Is that the? No. Which?
No, David, he's got a table up on the shared screen. He's got a table up. Total fill required for site, cubic yards by construction element.
For some reason, I'm. If you could help me, residential development is the first page of that, right?
No, sir. I'm not understanding. Are you looking for geographically where the material is being placed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're looking for. Okay.
I think it's a lot of fill. I think we're gonna have to see a plan with the distribution of the fill marked. It is hard for me. Obviously, I'm very concerned about this issue. It is hard for me to keep clear in my head the difference between the proposed, the existing grade and the proposed distribution of fill.
So,
I'm trying to keep it fresh, clear in my head, and I'm having a hard time doing that.
where you see the proposed contours, that reflects installation of fill. The proposed contours reflect the installation of fill. This dashed contour right in the back, I don't know if you can see my pointer.
I can see that.
Over here, that's going to be a depression that's excavated. Over here on this other side of the home, that's another small depression that's going to be excavated.
What's on the screen, though, is the chart, which is net fill by construction element, not the actual plan.
So Doreen, the shared screen is different than that now.
I know. Well, it finally came up on LMCTV. All right, good.
What is is it the grading and utility plan I'm not seeing the shared screen. I've got a different screen I'm looking at for some reason.
David, I think you likely
I'm
want
wrong.
to find you likely want to find this Zoom meeting onto your computer where everyone's faces are, because there's
No,
a
I see your faces, but I guess let me try this. I hope I don't get you out of this. Yeah, no.
because I think I don't know, some of the things we're looking at, I'm not sure if they were in the submission or not, but
I see. So I'm, yeah, I don't know. Something happened to my screen a while ago. Let me see if this will help.
yeah, you probably
Okay, all right. Maybe I think this might be it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just that your face is all blocked. This.
You must have a million windows open like me, and I don't want to touch any and lose it.
This is the one. Okay, so these are the contours. All right. All right.
So this construction and fill is going into the DEC jurisdictional wetlands, correct?
No, it's going into the jurisdictional buffer.
Yeah.
Portions of it in the back.
Okay, let me ask a question. Does that green line represent the 10-foot contour line
Yes, ma'am, it does.
where the DEC jurisdiction ends?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, so a portion of your house is in the wetlands.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's in the wetland buffer. It's not in the wetland. It's not in the wetland proper.
Is it the orange line that demarcates where the wetlands?
The orange line demarcates the wetland.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's the freshwater wetland, but the 10-foot contour is the DEC.
No, ma'am, that's of what the DEC views as the
Adjacent
edge of
area.
their buffer.
It's the adjacent area.
Yes.
The adjacent area. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? So if this was a historic property and you couldn't destroy it, right? What would you do?
Commissioner Gelber, are you asking about just renovating the existing home if we couldn't demolish it?
Right. So my question is very simple. If this was a historic property and it was landmarked, you couldn't destroy it. You couldn't take it down and rebuild something. So my question is, how would you do it in this particular case? And in reference to this, to this net fill, to quite a few of the things, I think if you were going to go by those historic guidelines, you would eliminate a lot of these problems.
Okay. Well, so first of all, we do have a letter from SHPO that was previously.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm using it to say, if the letter from SHPO said it was historic, what would you do?
Okay. So if it was historic and we had to renovate it, there's a couple of things that wouldn't change. One of those being the requirement to comply with FEMA and Village Flood Code residential construction standards, because that kind of improvement would constitute a substantial improvement to the home. So we'd have to bring the entire structure into compliance with the residential construction requirements in a flood zone. The second thing is the septic system, which is failing. It would still be failing, and we would need to renovate that per Department of Health standards, the same standards we're proposing to renovate it to today. Both of those, the compliance with the FEMA requirements and the compliance with the septic standards require the same amount of fill that we're proposing today. Also, if we were to renovate the existing home and that's it, we wouldn't be proposing some of the incredible stormwater and wetland planting measures that we're proposing today, which significantly improve the existing conditions on the property. I mean, all of that wetland and wetland adjacent area as it exists today is manicured lawn. The applicants are proposing to change that.
Right, but to me, the fact that you're not building new, that you're renovating an existing property, to me, at least from my perspective, and this is not a legal perspective, but it just seems like it's a much softer approach than taking it down and building a new structure. So, thank you very much.
Tony.
Well, under our floodplain rules, this is a substantial improvement. And the VE 13 zone?
It's an AE 13. R15 zone.
Sorry, why did I say V? I'm sorry, it's late. I misspoke. Sorry. So what are the? I know you documented this in your paperwork. What are the requirements of breakaway walls and things like that, or elevation above the floodplain? Does it necessarily have to mean fill? What are the alternatives to constructing something without fill?
Piles, a pile something.
Right. So as the homeowner, Bill previously indicated in his presentation, since July, we explored that option, and it's not possible, but we were able to reduce the fill by extending the foundation up. So he had said the crawl space under the house is now going to be, 2 to 3 feet taller than it was, so we could keep the existing grade around the foundation the same. So it's the same, right? Whether or not we renovate the home or we build this new home, we still need the fill to bring the home into compliance with those standards. Now we are minimizing the amount of fill required by extending that foundation up.
I have a related question. How much further would the fill go down if the septic was for a 3-bedroom house? And please confirm if I'm wrong. I believe the existing residence is 3-bedroom.
The existing is 3-bedroom, correct. Rich, do you want to answer the question about the 3-bedroom proposed?
Yeah, if we were to propose the 3-bedroom, potentially save about 100 cubic yards of material.
Thank you.
So if I just have a couple of points quickly, if I may. First of all, you made a comment about the manicured lawn in the back. I've been back there. If that's a manicured lawn, then I need waiters to go back there, because when I went back there, I couldn't walk all the way back there. And it wasn't 5 years ago, it was a few months ago. That lawn is inundated with water at the end before you get to the actual cove. One of the concerns that I don't quite grasp, and I'm trying to understand that, I'm not sure it's relevant to this review, is, but you've talked about the way this was a house that people had lived in for a long time, but I guess they moved on, and it wasn't habitable, that they were stuck, and you're stuck with all these things. But bear in mind, from my standpoint, when I look at that, I didn't buy it. You came in and bought it, in other words, to do this with. These are issues that I think should have been evaluated to a large degree before you purchase the property. It's sort of a self-imposed or self-created issue. But my concern is significantly over the fill and over the fact that the back is not, and I'm not delusional, the back was not a manicured lawn when I was there. So much so that I could not go down to the bottom. And I was there with someone else. I was there with my wife, and we had to go around. I said, well, we were taking a walk, and I said, no, you can't even go down there. And I'm concerned about that, because that creates a situation where you start off with, we're not going to do anything to it. And every year or 2 or 3, those things change. And if you look at your aerial, I can direct your attention to the fact, because I've lived in that neighborhood for over 30 years. People put property in conservation and not to touch it. And yet now, much of that property is completely been filled in and has been fertilized and developed. And I think that it's a policing factor here. No one goes back there to police this. And I don't know if you're gonna put covenants on the property, but I'm just concerned here that you're creating this entire area now that's basically a real wetland, and it's submerged, a lot of it. It's not walkable. You should try walking back there, and I don't think you'll find it manicured. And I think that's the issue. I'd like to understand that, what you plan with that lawn, because it sounds to me now, is that going to be used as a lawn? And then obviously the net fill. I'm going to raise, one of our commission, Mr. O'Rourke commented on that. I mean, that was, I thought too, the septage, I would imagine, is something that you're expanding the house. I mean, everything here is changing and everything here is expanding, and all of the problems are being exacerbated. That's where my concern comes up. I mean, I think the neighborhood has large homes in it. I'm one of the smaller ones, but there are some large homes in that area. And so be it, if that's what you can build. But I think there were some real issues here. And I think the issues were moving the trees, creating a structure here, and 30,000 square feet, a cubic feet, 30,000 cubic feet is a lot of soil to bring in. And I think I'd have to understand an analysis of how that impacts other things, including the hydraulic pressures, the flows.
The groundwater.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, it's not a truckload you're bringing in. I mean, it's a lot of soil. So I don't know. And I don't understand the septic system. I don't know. They had a septic system. It failed after they left. Are your clients planning to move and live in this area as well?
Yes, our clients are planning to move as soon as possible, as soon as they can move into the home. But Commissioner Neufeld, you raised some interesting points about the existing state of the lawn and what we're actually proposing to do. So I'd like our wetlands consultant, Beth Evans, to address the proposed planting plan, which you'll find to be a significant improvement to the existing conditions that are on site today.
And she's familiar with the present conditions?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great, super.
Yes, I am. And I agree, Mr. Neufeld, that there is the central portion of what is maintained as lawn is currently devoid of vegetation. It quite clearly floods and has ponded water on it. But around that, what has been mowed is a mixture of salt-tolerant grasses and sedges that are, some of which are native wetland and high marsh species. And what we're proposing is to just leave the highest portion of this lawn on the right-hand side as you look toward the cove as lawn, and leave the rest of it go back to be a marsh. So I think in terms of addressing your concern that what's going to happen to this, the applicants in this case are willing to leave most of that area to return to a not managed, not mowed high marsh area.
Well, my great concern in this overall grading plan, because I'm not looking at the details, but grading an adjacent area can substantially alter surface water drainage and the flow patterns, and might even temporarily increase the erosion. And it does definitely eliminate fish and wildlife habitat. That is just before what is the freshwater wetland, which is between the tidal wetlands. Our LWRP established significant fish and wildlife habitats, locally designated, until we can behoove ourselves to get it within the state coastal management program. But our commission is concerned with these factors. The other thing too is right here and now, we don't have any information from DEC. We have maybe what you've provided, as information that you've provided to them, but we haven't heard from Department of Environmental Conservation if this plan is kosher, with what they need to review for the tidal wetlands. But my concern is also we have a lot of various policies, and maybe what we should do tonight is go through the coastal assessment form to see how accurate that is with what we see that policies might be impacted as a starting point. This way, when the DEC comes, when the information from the DEC comes around, we can begin to get more details to deal with what we have here on many levels.
Well, Doreen, it's 11:20 at night. To me, as you say, we don't have anything from the DEC, but I don't see how this project could be consistent. There's a huge amount of fill. I mean, it goes against everything in the LWRP. So as far as I'm concerned, we could vote tonight It's not, in my opinion, it's not consistent. So it's almost, it's 11:20. I got to go to work in the morning. So
I know. Most of us do.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Hello?
Let Andrew speak.
Can I say something? So what's causing the problem with the fill and then the issue that's causing the placement of the house close to the wetlands is the septic. Can we hear from the acting building inspector and from the village engineer as to why this private sewer line is being summarily dismissed? I'd like to see some evidence, and I'd like to hear from the village engineer, why is a private sewer line completely out of the picture? Because if a private sewer line was an option, it would totally change the dynamic of this project. So why, village engineer, do we have this issue of the private sewer line is a non-starter? Why?
And are there alternatives to the septic system?
Well, there is no alternative.
Is Brian on?
Yes.
Brian on? Okay.
Yes.
Tell me why a private sewer line is a non-starter. And is that true? Is it true as a non-starter?
Typically, it's allowed. The homeowner presented tonight that it was not, based on past letters from the village engineer. I do not know about the details of that or why it's not specifically allowed now. Typically, if the homeowner wants to incur the cost of having their own private line in a private road, it's allowed. I don't know the history of why it would not be allowed in this case.
Okay, so Ms. Motel, do you have an answer for that?
Yes, so we have a February 20th, 2019 letter from then village engineer Hernani, who cites the Westchester County Sanitary Code, Article 8, Section 873.728, saying that we can only connect to a publicly owned line. We cannot connect to a private.
That's wrong.
Connecting to isn't.
I think, excuse me. I think that's wrong. I think that has to be re-examined. I think that'll, if you find an alternative or find a solution to that letter, I think you'll have many more options. And I'm working on a file now, very similar house on an old septic system on a private road. And Robert Wasp, who's the town engineer, the town of Mamaroneck engineer, is entertaining a private sewer line. So if the town of Mamaroneck will allow it, tap into a town of Mamaroneck sewer line, what's the issue with the village?
No, but I think
that issue has been totally glossed over. That's got to be looked at.
There's a number of other issues with connecting and running another private sewer line in that street. Primarily, there's setbacks that have to be maintained between Westchester Joint Waterworks water main that's running down the street, Con Edison's sanitary sewer that's in the street, and the existing private sewer lines that are in the street.
But
in order to construct,
Con Ed doesn't have sewers. Con Ed does electrical.
I'm sorry, Con Ed gas lines.
Okay.
But that's a different statement.
Okay, well, tell us exactly where the mains are, how much room you need to separate
we need 10 feet of separation between the water and the sewer, 18 inches vertical. We need 3 feet from the proposed sanitary sewer and any gas lines. And we also need 3 or 4 feet from the existing sanitary sewer service lines that are in the street in order to make that
and how many feet do you have? And how many feet exist?
There's 20 feet.
No, but how many feet? What you're saying is you're short those distances? You don't have those distances?
We do not have the required separation distances for all of the different utilities that are in the road.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that.
I would join in that.
And I don't know. And honestly, I don't know why one private sewer line can't be next to another. I understand why a private sewer line can't be next to another.
It's constructability, sir. You can't. These people own this existing sewer line. We have to maintain a certain distance of separation should anything ever have to be repaired or fixed. You can't put it right on top of another sewer line.
I never said right on top, but I really like to see that. I'd like to see some written proof of where the lines are and why you can't do that.
I would also ask that you can't have it both ways. You can't say it's not, you can't have one, and then you can't have one because it's not the right distances. They're different things there.
We're going to need a much more detailed analysis of the option of a private sewer, running a private sewer all the way from the nearest public line. We're going to need a real analysis of that.
Chair, I also have a quick question. There's a reference in the survey that was just up, or the site plan there, to an existing.
Also, there's another item here as well, and that is the fact that there's a road association, a road corporation, that permission has to be granted to excavate and open up this road.
That's right, and it's much easier to open up a private road than it is a public road. So the private road is actually in your favor.
To the extent there's a private road.
There's no bond required. On a public road, you have to put up a bond if you open up the street. On a private road, it's not a bureaucracy. It's a bunch of homeowners. You don't need a bond to open up a private road. Should be a much lower bar on a private road. It actually helps you.
Additionally, William Long, I believe that Michael Stein of Hudson Engineering is trying to get promoted to speak right now, since he was working with Hernani on the feasibility of this line. Is there a way that we can please get him?
We need David, go ahead. Speak your piece, David.
Oh, that's all right. I have it was another thing I was saying. I just wanted to know, there's a reference to a dock. Is that a dock that's there now?
Yes.
It's out there now, today. Okay. I must have missed it. And is it a permitted dock, or was it just put up there?
It's a floating dock. It's not part of this application right now. The homeowners aren't proposing to touch it or do anything with it.
But it's existing in the water today, is what you're saying?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, and is it a legal existing dock, or is it not?
It was constructed in the 1950s. We have photographs in the 1950s of it. So it predates permitting requirements from the Army Corps and the DEC.
And the Village of Mamaroneck as well?
Our harbor management plan has a date. I don't recall it off the top of my head, but if it was done in the 50s, yes, it predates our LWRP and our harbor management plan, because that was in the 80s.
Okay, Michael Stein was trying to speak.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, David.
Michael Stein, are you there?
You're muted.
I just got bumped off and kicked back on. So I'm not involved with this project. However, I've met with multiple other property owners along Grecian Point, including at one point this actual property. We had met with Hernani along the way. There's multiple issues that are involved. You have several property owners along the first almost 1,000 feet of property along Grecian Point that have their own private sewer lines in the road that are pressurized lines. They also own multiple lines in the road. In the event that they have problems with their own, they can switch over. They haven't ever been willing to sell those lines to anybody else to use. The problem becomes is that now you have numerous lines going down the road that there's going to be leakage that is not accounted for. Could be problems in those lines that if there is leakage, there is no tracing. The whole intent of what Hernani was saying is he wants one individual line down the road and everyone connecting eventually at some point into it. The individual homeowners that have their own private lines, unless they have a problem, he wasn't pushing them to connect. But to have one private line where the village is responsible for that line, then is an interest, because now the village has an obligation to maintain it. Whereas an individual homeowner, if there's leakage, and if you open some of those manholes, you will see there's leakage coming out of those pipes going into the manholes. It's a fact. But there's no control of what's going on unless it becomes a municipal line where you have pressure testing going on to begin with, that you know what's connected, that you know that the lines are built to a 10-state standard, which is a normal standard, and health department standard. So it's not that.
I got to tell you, can I just stop you for a second? got to disagree with everything you're saying. First of all, Hernani isn't employed by the village anymore. I don't know why we're going back to what he said. There's a new guy there. Ask the new guy what he thinks, number one, and he sounds open to it. Number two, sewage lines are low pressure lines. There's no high pressure line. If they leak, they're not leaking under pressure. It's all.
I'm sorry,
it's
so
an
that's
inch and a half
incorrect. These
line.
are all force mains. It's not a gravity sewer. They're high pressure lines.
They're not high pressure. They're low pressure. If you get a pump, it's a low pressure pump. It costs 10. I'm working on this now. I know this
If
stuff.
they're called, the majority of them are called E1 units, and they're a low pressure line. They're less than 60 pounds of pressure in a line. Typically, they're around 15 to 20 pounds, give or take. But there is still leakage. I guarantee.
So why are we talking about high pressure then? Why are we talking about high pressure when they're low pressure?
I didn't say high pressure. What I'm saying is
Somebody said high pressure repeatedly.
If you walk,
said high pressure.
If you go out to those the sewer manholes that are within Grecian Point, you will see there is sewage leaking out of those lines. It's a fact. Please go take a look. You will see it. But the point being is having 15 or 20 different individual lines going down a road as a private lines compared to one individual line. As far as municipality, that becomes in the interest because now you have control over who's connecting, what's connecting, compared to 10, 15, 20 different lines that there is no control. They could be leaking you know nothing about.
How do you have private lines going down the public street, though?
No, it's a private road.
It's not a private. It's not at all a private road. Part of it may very well be, but most of it is not.
Part of it is a private road, but
there is a private road. Past that, as you go down the hill, it's a private road. It says private road on it.
It says private road. I have a sign too that says my name.
But if you get up to Orienta, that is a public right of way that you have mains within. And having a plate of spaghetti going down the road. Now, if the village has to do any maintenance work in that road and they hit one of those lines, well, now it's the village's fault for hitting that line and they're responsible to that homeowner. To take that offline and have a public main, that's really what the whole intent and the interest was. Regardless if Hernani's here or not, I can tell you any day of the week that if I'm doing work and if I'm running a sewer line down the road and it goes past one property, the municipality is going to make me make that a public main, which means I have to build a public standard. So it comes up to the property line of that property.
Someone has to be responsible for the maintenance of the line. Lines aren't arbitrarily put in streets. They're mapped out. Before you dig in a street, everyone knows there's utilities there. You just don't dig and hit lines. I got to say, I'm not buying any of this.
But you can't trace a low pressure line. A low pressure line is an HDPE plastic line.
I'm familiar with the subject matter. None of this rings true.
Andrew, thank you very much. Look, I'm going to cut this off because we're spinning wheels at 11:30 at night with other applications pending. What I know I need for sure before I can make a contingency determination and be comfortable that I know how I'm going to cast my vote. Several things. We still don't know what DEC says, and we still don't know if a floodplain variance is going to be granted by planning or not. But in addition to that, on the issue of sewage, I do not now understand the difference between what is legally permissible under health code, et cetera, and what is simply an issue of practicality. So I think what I need to know first from our counsel, not from somebody who's, who has a duty of zealous advocacy to the applicant, is what is legally permissible for private and public sewer for this property. Once we understand that, then we can start looking at what is practically doable in terms of sewer for this, because if there's a sewer option, it removes many of the problems that many of the commissioners have expressed here, most of which center around the need to completely change the grade. Truck in 50 triaxle truckloads full of fill with essentially no offsetting cut, much of it going inside the 100-foot wetland buffer. So that's what I...
There's a floodplain variance. We need more information about that.
I said that too.
So
I said that.
11 through 17.
Right. I said that. Tony, you had your hand up.
So we have kind of testimony here from an engineer, Mr. Stein, saying that that street, if you look down those manholes, you'll see sewage leaking. I think we need to be on the record as the environmental committee to say we need the village to go out and investigate that. And if that's the case, then that really needs to be fixed, whatever way that is.
Thank you, Tony, because I was thinking the same thing. That was what I was going to bring up, because it's an environmental hazard, especially so close to a wetland.
And that's a letter I will, I'm probably not the only commissioner here who's got stuff to do tomorrow. I'm in the office early, so we won't be able to turn to that until Friday or Monday, but I'm going to pick somebody to work group with that with me, because we're going to do a letter requesting an investigation, because if there's actual visible sewage at the bottom of those manholes, that's an issue. All right, that, as far as I can tell,
I'd volunteer to help you on that.
Thank you. As far as I can tell, unless some other commissioner has an issue that they can neatly frame further information we need right now, that is as far as we can get on this application tonight. Martin?
Yeah, the one thing that we didn't even dive into, and I don't know if you want to hear it tonight or wait till the next meeting or whatever, was the environmental reassessment based on the removal of all the trees from the property, and that issue that was pretty big for us last time around.
I believe that the village's environmental consultant, Sven, is on the call right now, if he would be willing to comment on his recent site visit.
Yeah, gladly. You're muted.
Okay, that's meaningful progress, and I think that it's a good idea to do that now. Thank you for being with us, Sven.
You hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Basically, absent of a tree ordinance in the village, which you don't have, it is essentially an issue that I'm reviewing that has to do with the LWRP. And the LWRP, in this particular setting there, concerns itself with the marsh, the Grecian Point Marsh, which is a few hundred feet away from the property. Now, what I pointed out in my first commentary was that the tall trees on the property provide a habitat that is valuable for some of the birds that visit the marsh, and also that forage and live in the water body. I don't know what you call that particular water body there, that part of the sound that leads to the marsh.
Cove.
What's that?
The cove.
Delancey Cove.
The cove, right. Sorry about that. Delancey Cove, right. So the issue for me in my first commentary was that I was afraid too many of the big trees were going to be taken away, or if they were not taken away, they were impacted with fill. That issue has been pretty much resolved. I've seen the property, the big trees are still there. And I'm actually very pleased to say that the owner's willingness to not have a lawn in the back, but have actually a functional wetland in the back, should really be credited to as a positive move. All his neighbors have seawalls and try to keep the water out. He doesn't mind it coming in and going out again. And that could actually help some of the birds in the marsh. They might actually take to this wetland too and rest there for a little while there's low tide.
Okay, so yeah, my concern, I think a lot of the commissioners' concerns were that a number of the trees had been removed, and you're saying that they were the smaller trees and the larger canopy trees remain?
The larger canopy trees remain, and there are a few that still have to be removed, I guess, for the septic field. Overall, though, there is still enough tree mass there that it would be beneficial.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Unless any other commissioner has something concrete where we can advance the ball. Okay, this one is on for our next meeting in October. and we have two other applicants. So Ms. Motel and crew, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, if we could call 22 Lake, because it's late, and hopefully our last old business applicant we can deal with very swiftly.
Good evening. This is Eric Jacobson. I'm the architect for 22 Lake Road.
Good evening, sir. I can hear you just fine. Welcome.
Very good. I know it's late. I'll be brief. This application was first before your board back in June, and you asked me to hire an environmental consultant, which we did, and Beth Evans is with us tonight for her third project. Just a brief review. This is a home that was built in 1978. There currently is a 400 square foot deck in the rear of the home that is in need of repair. It is literally rotting because it dates from the original construction of the home. It has a zoning violation that we're removing. The deck currently has a rear yard setback issue. We're going to be cutting it back. So we're eliminating the zoning issue in the rear of the house and giving more of a buffer area in the back of the house. The new deck is proposed to be 745 square feet, so it's going to be larger. It's going to be of similar materials, of wood construction. It requires 9 piers to be installed. They will be hand dug. All the construction on this project will be done by hand. We've included an erosion control. And of course, we attended the Wetland Planning Board meeting back in May, and we're back again here. So Beth has done her assessment, and it's a 2-page letter. I trust your board members have read it. Basically, the last paragraph says that in her opinion, the proposed project will have no adverse impact on the regulated shoreline areas or on adjacent properties, and there will be no adverse impact to wildlife, water quality, or the visual character of the shoreline resulting from this project. So with that, I'd like to entertain any questions you may have.
And is Beth Evans on the line?
Oh, no.
No. No, bet she was literally just with us.
She's raising her hand. She's here.
Yeah.
I'm back.
There we go. Welcome back.
Thank you. Who knows where I went?
You could probably go through this more quickly than we can get through it in questions. So I'd like to ask you to just walk us through what you considered and how you reached your conclusions.
I will be happy to do that. I visited the property twice, and the deck is presently over a flagstone patio that is loose jointed, so it allows whatever water gets to it to go into the soil. The new deck will be similarly over the patio and allow infiltration of stormwater. And it is actually, as Eric said, it is going to be a little bit further from the shoreline, but the shoreline is adjacent to the house. It's protected by a mortared seawall and is it's a rocky slope down to the water. So there's no opportunity for erosion or any kind of impact during construction. As he said, the footings will be hand dug. This is a case where I think it is a very, very unlikely that anything that would be associated with building this deck would have any impact whatsoever on the shoreline.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have further questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, James.
Okay. Yeah. So, Beth, thanks. My only question is really about construction sequence rather than finished product. What do you worry about with digging piles down and putting this type of material in there in a wetland buffer? Maybe particularly the digging, and just confirming that what the piles are made of is acceptable.
It's my understanding that there'll be normal concrete footings under the deck piers, and the only constraint I could see to putting them in would be they may very well hit ledge there. I think there's ledge at a fairly shallow depth over much of this property. So I'm not concerned. If they hit ledge, that's a solid base and they won't need to go any deeper.
That's a good thing.
And for a change, it is a good thing. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Has any investigation as to how deep ledge is been done on the property?
There's ledge showing in many places on the slope going down to the water, Doreen.
I've seen the pictures.
Yeah, it's a pretty rocky area.
No excavation has been checked or take a rod and hit it with a hammer to see approximately where you can hit.
No.
Has that been?
No, but
No,
it's
we haven't done that type of probing.
Okay.
And if you hit ledge, that doesn't require any new type of equipment to come in, does it?
No, typically we would drill into the ledge, grout in some rebar, and then just pour footing. It would just be shallower. There'd be less excavation.
Right.
It's actually less impactful. If you hit ledge
Correct.
at 8 inches, just drill in a rebar.
Correct.
Martin?
So I just wanted to refresh and reconfirm that there's currently the flagstone that's underneath this deck. But if I remember correctly, we asked, and I just wanted to reconfirm that it is still going to be pervious surface underneath this new construction.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, do we think we have enough information to make our determination about consistency, Martin? You know what you need to know, it's Seamus?
Yes.
And I know what I need to know. Andrew?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Doreen?
Best management practices will be employed.
Yes, they will.
Concrete is concerned and it's not going to leach into the wetland.
It is not. That's correct.
Figured I'd make you laugh, Beth.
Thank you.
Yeah, I figured that.
Appreciate that.
Figured that. I have
Okay.
everything I need.
I think we all have all the information we need on this application. So I'm going to make a motion that we find this, that we vote clean consistency. Martin?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Seamus?
Aye.
Andrew?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Tony?
Aye.
Doreen?
Yes.
And it's unanimous.
It's a little late to say this, but no one seconded your motion.
I meant to.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. Great. There we go.
Okay, Seamus is our second. Thank you. That was my procedural faux pas. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We can dispense with that application. The only other thing we have to hear from, and in view of time, we really simply have to scrap the discussion items. Unless we can hit something in lightning round, we're not going to do it. But we do have a preliminary review, and we're also going to have to do that lightning round because we're all exhausted.
Mr. Chair, if you would like, for the tree amendment, staff can write a letter to the Board of Trustees and ask them for more time.
I don't think that there's a time limit. Am I wrong on that, William? Did they set aside a specific time
Well,
limit?
they're supposed to have they're going to have a public meeting on it, I think on the 29th, if I'm not mistaken. So I think the board may want to ask the village board of trustees for more time. The commission may want.
I think that will likely be approved. I
I,
can't.
I understand that.
Especially if you tell them that the meeting went till midnight.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. We're dying here.
I understand that it's for a public hearing, but did they want comments from us, or is this a consistency review? I think we need to clarify that.
Right now, it's a type 2. I don't think it has to be referred to HCCM at this point, so it's really for comment.
Legislative actions usually are. All right.
Okay, so this new applicant with preliminary review. Let's do this and get it done.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Tony Joffrey, a member of the law firm Cuddy and Fader, 445 Hamilton Avenue. On behalf of the applicants, Caroline Young and Stephen Trachtenbreit. I've heard it's late, probably too many times for me to count, so we'll try to be as economical as we can in our presentation to you this evening. This is a new application, as you indicated. We were before the planning board last week, and the planning board did adopt a secret type 2 application for this premises, which is classified in an R10 one-family residential zone. I'm also joined this evening by Michael Lewis and Brandon Stewart from Emma Architects, Michael Stein from Hudson Engineering, and Carolyn Matthews from William Kenny Associates. And I will ask if Mr. Long can either allow Michael Lewis or Brandon Stewart to share their screen so that they can walk you through this premises. And while that's being done, I'll just give you a quick cursory overview. The premises abuts the east basin of the Mamaroneck Harbor and is approved right now with an existing single-family home, garage, patios, and decks. The proposal that's before you this evening will be adding an addition to a second story of an existing garage to use as an office, the construction of a breezeway connecting the house to the garage, a new pool with amenities including a new fireplace, spa, pool stairs, and pool cabana. We will install pervious replacement decks, have new stormwater management infrastructure, new wetland buffer plantings, and remove existing patio and impervious deck from the wetland buffer. And I see Brandon Stewart's on the screen, and if Brandon, if you can unmute yourself and share your screen, we can walk the commission through this proposal.
Yes, can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for sticking around with us for this long, and thanks Tony for the introduction. I'll run you through some of the same elements he discussed, but with this pictorial in front of us, this rendering that you've seen. In general, everything that's in black and white represents the existing structures on the site, and generally what's shown in color is what's being proposed. As Tony described, there's an existing stone patio in this quadrant of the existing house, and an impervious wood deck around here, both slated to be removed. Currently, these two elements are both non-conforming with regards to the side setback, as well as take up a considerable amount of available flood volume, in addition to being impervious from a stormwater management perspective. So those are both slated to be removed. Also, not existing non-conforming with regards to the other side setback is the corner of the existing one-story garage, which is proposed to be modified to become compliant. As in terms of the proposed structures that are shown here, we have the in-ground pool, which is about 20 feet by 35 feet inside dimensions, with its associated pervious wood decks, and one-story cabana, both of which are floating above the landscape and are fully elevated above the required base flood elevation for creating a net increase in available flood volume for floodwaters to recede. In addition, we have this two-story connection breezeway that provides access from the driveway to the landscape at the rear, as well as from the existing house to the existing garage. It also houses a stair that provides access to the second-story office addition above. In terms of just broad strokes, before I turn it over to Michael Stein or our landscape architects and wetland specialists, if they're here with us, the general directive we were given by the owners from the very beginning of the project was to provide a pool in a natural setting with very minimal paving. We were very pleased to see they did not want us to show a pool with hardscaping all the way around it. In fact, the only real hardscaping that exists is some stones set within grass joints just at the bottom of the stair landing here. Other than that, all the other structures are nestled into the proposed native landscape or native plantings. I also should point out that even though they're ghosted, there will be significant screening of this lower portion of the deck, and the supports for both the cabana and the deck will be recessed in order to provide space for planting, so that you really just see this new proposed structure floating above native plantings. Also, very principled in their concerns was to protect this large tree, which is very important, both to the homeowners as well as to neighbors and users of the East Basin. It's almost a landmark at the bend of the river here. Everything that we have proposed from the very beginning has been to try to keep that tree, as well as all of the other large trees at the front and sides of the property. The only tree being proposed to be removed is a small crabapple that resides right about where the proposed stair will land at the bottom. And with that, I'll let Michael Stein describe the stormwater management structures that are proposed.
One quick question. Can you see the property from Harbor Island Park?
I'm not sure. Let's see, can someone else answer that?
Mr. O'Rourke, we can verify that when we come back to you, and we'll try to maybe take some viewpoints to confirm for the record.
Yes.
Sorry, this is Caroline Young, the owner. The large tree is visible from Harbor Island Park, but the rest of it is it's shielded by the canopy of that tree.
Thanks, Caroline. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, if someone could run through floodplains and wetlands.
Let's see, Michael Stein still with us?
He told me to text him and wake him up when we got to him, but
Text him and wake him up.
Let's see, I'll pull up his drawings while we're waiting here.
he indicated that he's on with his hand up, but he needs to be elevated to a panelist.
William, if you could do that, that'd be great.
Okay, I just got let in. Great. Actually, Brennan, if you just pull it down so I'll just share
Sure.
mine. It'll be easier.
Sure.
Thank you. So again, good evening. Michael Stein with Hudson Engineering, if anyone forgot. We are.
Can't forget, Mike.
We looked at this project in two different aspects. One is we're looking at treating the runoff coming from the new patio, the pool, all the new impervious areas. But in our conversations with the owner, it's looking at an overall improvement in general to not just the water running off from those areas, but from the site, trying to make improvements overall. So we went out and did percolation and deep hole testing. We had very positive results. So all the runoff that's coming from both the proposed pool and the patio areas and the new impervious surface, we're going to 6 Coltech 330 XL stormwater chambers. That's treating both for the water quality and quantity. So we're treating up to the 25-year storm, all the runoff coming from those areas. Also at the same time, so as I said, you know, part of our charge from the owners is we're trying to make not just mitigation, but improvements for what's going on. And the biggest part from that would be doing treatment off of the existing driveway. So we're collecting all the runoff from the driveway. We also did percolation and deep hole testing in the front yard. And we put in 3 Coltechs that treat the 25-year storm event, 100% infiltrate all the runoff from the driveway and bring it into infiltration. So that takes all the runoff that may be running down the road or that would otherwise be bypassing, going around the garage and running down the side of the house and going into the harbor. So we're looking at a multifaceted stormwater mitigation. Even though not all of it would be required, it's looking at an overall improvement and a positive and being an asset.
Okay. What's the base flood elevation here?
It's elevation 1213. Just looking at my plan, it wasn't accurately reflected. The surveyors have gone out to do a LOMA, and they're currently in the process of doing that. Okay. The line, actually, if you can follow right along here. I didn't get a chance to highlight it on this plan, but it actually follows right along here. They've already drawn the meets and bounds description, and it comes around the house and comes out over on this side.
Okay, I see where you're indicating.
So the surveyor is in the process. He's already done the survey work. He's already done the meets and bounds description, and they're working on finalizing the application for the LOMA.
Okay, so a significant amount of this work is within the 100-foot buffer.
Correct.
Okay, no work within the actual wetland, but a significant amount within the buffer.
Correct. Right along the rear of the house, if you can follow right along that line, that is a 100-foot buffer. So yes, the pool and the majority of the patio and this rear addition here are within the 100-foot buffer.
Okay.
And to answer your other question, yeah, with the wetlands delineation letter that you might see there from William Kenny, the wetlands begin on the seaward side of the seawall, and no wetlands reside within our property.
Right.
And it should also be noted that based upon the grading and the siting of all the different improvements, there is a net 0 increase in volume reduction. So in other words, there's no volume.
No change to volume.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's actually a minimal gain, negligible.
So what's being proposed, to recap, I see the attenuation. Is that an attenuation gallery or a deck?
No.
To the left
Oh no, that's
of the one-story frame and clapboard.
No, that's not part of the stormwater system. The stormwater system is specifically
The rear
back
of the
here in
property.
this area with the 6 Coltechs that are going in.
Okay. All right. So
Mr.
what is?
Chairman, I misspoke earlier. William Kenny is here on behalf of the applicant as well. I understood it was Carolyn Matthews, but I'm glad to see Mr. Kenny.
Not a problem.
So the additions are the pool, the deck, and some.
The one-story pool cabana and a second-story office addition above the existing garage. Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Now I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Not in the coastal erosion hazard area, correct? This is an AE 1213, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And we had also solicited the letter from the New York State DEC for non-jurisdiction. I believe that was submitted as part of the application.
Right, because it ends at the seawall. Does the
Correct.
property owner have an underwater land grant?
I'm sorry, I missed that question, Doreen.
Is there an underwater land grant attached to this property?
I don't believe so. We can
It
verify.
doesn't make a difference. I was just
Yes.
curious.
Yeah, not
It
that we
does-
know of.
It doesn't impact your application, but I was just curious.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as far as the wetlands that are past the seawall, I know there are, what is past the seawall there? I know you're attenuating the water.
I have some photos I could share to show you what that looks like.
Sure.
If okay. Good evening. This is Bill Kenny, the principal of William Kenny Associates. I'm a professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. We were hired to map where the wetlands are on the property, assist with the landscape design, as well as our arborist on staff was involved with assessing the existing trees on the site and developing a plan to ensure that they'd be protected with the proposed improvement during and after construction. But quickly, perhaps we can go through the photos first so you can get a better understanding of existing conditions. This view, of course, is along the seawall looking west. And so it's, you could see there are, the tidal wetlands are right against the seawall, and as in accordance with the way the state of New York identifies tidal wetlands, they have different categories. And there's a small area of intertidal marsh on the western end of the property. It's sparsely vegetated, Spartina alterniflora, primarily low marsh vegetation, or it is low marsh vegetation. There's a number of ribbed mussels and oysters in that area, but mostly mussels. Then you have this, the flats here. It's a mix of mud and stone here. And then the last is the littoral zone, where it's at low tide, you still have water present. So this view is to the east. And so there's no tidal wetland vegetation on this side. It's just at that very end on the western end. And if you look at the delineation report that I submitted, we included a map that shows those areas. So this view is, we're standing at the western end of the wall, looking back at the house. You can see the backyard is almost entirely lawn right now. It's substantially above the tidal wetlands in elevation. You could get a picture of the one tree that would be removed. It's a non-native crabapple tree there in the background just before the deck. This is the pin oak that great effort has gone into to study and to develop a plan to protect it. So we're staying out of the critical root zone of the tree with the proposed improvements. And we will also, both in any type of excavation activity as well as any access with construction vehicles, so there'll be fencing put up to protect that root zone. And also during excavation, we'll use an air spade to expose the roots carefully and prune them carefully to avoid any impacts to that tree. Here's a view from the eastern end, about midway through the backyard, looking back at the pool site and deck and other improvements. Okay, so that, and then
Wow, that's a nice tree.
so we developed a planting plan to include around the proposed improvements. All the plants are native, over 30 shrubs and over 200 ground cover native perennials and ground cover. There's a plant list on the right-hand side of the drawing that you can see. And the planting borders the improvements, the pool, the decking, the cabana, and it's mixed in with all the those different proposed improvements. Here's the tree that's being proposed to save. Construction access is going to be along the driveway, so that works out very well to protect some of the significant trees in the front of the house. You could fit a machine down the left-hand side of the house, but it would require quite a bit of disturbance to existing vegetation. So as designed and with the existing lawn, it's our professional opinion that the project will not adversely affect the wetlands, the tidal wetlands, or any critical environmental area, or significant fish or wildlife habitat. And we submitted a report that's, let me see, good, 4 pages long that explains how we came to that conclusion, reviewing existing conditions and proposed conditions.
Would you say that it's mainly because the seawall is basically creating a separation between those two different things?
Yeah, and you have a flat, a very flat, essentially it's flat. So there's very little runoff from that area. It's lawn today. So we're not using up any flood storage volume, respecting all of that, and adding native plants and all of the stormwater management improvements that Michael Stein described, including collecting water from the existing driveway, which of all the surfaces on the property, that's where your surface runoff is going to have the greatest amount of pollutants is from the driveway. So we're taking that existing impervious surface, collecting that water and treating it where it's not being treated today. So that's a nice improvement.
And just to confirm, you're saying that when the excavation for the pool, which is basically the farthest thing out on this property, that it won't impact the root system of this large tree that we're trying to preserve?
Right. Particularly, there's different zones of, there's a structural zone of the tree, and then more of a fibrous zone beyond that. And I am not an arborist, but the arborist from my firm did study this, and all of that structural root zone is being protected. And so that'll ensure that this tree is protected and allowed to continue to thrive on the site.
Also, if I may, this is Brandon Stewart from Michael Lewis Architects again. The pool excavation required for the pool will occur completely from the house side, and no equipment will be required to go much around the back side of where the pool is shown. And also, since it is a completely in-ground pool, the excavation for it'll be done with shotcrete or gunite blown in onto the steel, reinforcing against the grade. So basically what you're seeing as the outer rectangle of the extent of the pool is essentially where excavation will occur. Not much, if any, excavation will be required outside of that main rectangle.
Yeah, I understand that part of it. I had a different question regarding the pool chemicals. And if this is, at same grade as ground, what is being done to keep, the chlorine water from leaching out into different things?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, one quick comment there. The pool is proposed to be a saltwater pool, which doesn't mean that the chemicals required in maintaining it are completely benign, but definitely better than a chlorine pool. And one thing that maybe wasn't clear in our presentation is the area where the pool equipment will be housed is completely elevated and completely enclosed. And I'm not sharing my screen anymore, but if you see, there's a small room on the upper right-hand corner of the garage, accessible only from the garage. That is where all of the pool equipment and chemicals will be stored. So no pool equipment under the deck or any areas where chemicals would be present anywhere outside on the property.
And what is the reason for the letter of map amendment from FEMA?
Oh, so maybe Michael Stein can speak to this. If you look at the survey, the rough grain, shall we call it, line that's shown as the floodplain is much more towards the front of the site. It's labeled as the 12-foot mark, when in reality, after the fine grain topo lines were shown, the 12-foot topo line is significantly farther towards the harbor. And so the LOMA process was to get that line officially amended on the FEMA plans so that it no longer shows running through the front of the property.
Correct.
That's correct, and that's what Michael was showing earlier on the plan.
Right. Okay. It's late. I'm not thinking.
I just had another quick question about the short EAF form. And that is that on question 10 and 11, you say no to both of those. Will the proposed action connect to any existing public or private water supply? And will it connect to any existing wastewater utilities? Those both say no, but how is the pool going to drain and how will it be filled if it's not connected to a water supply?
Oh yeah, we went over this question internally a couple times, and I think Michael Stein, correct me if I'm wrong, your determination was we answered no to those because there's no new service. Is that right?
Correct. We're not connect. We have no new service connecting. We're existing services, so we're being fed through from the house.
Right. Well, the question asks, will proposed action connect to an existing public, not new service? It says existing. And
right, but no, it says it will connect to a new public water supply.
No, it doesn't say new. It says existing.
Okay, we can take a look at that, but I mean, whatever fill is going into the pool will connect ultimately to the water service. It was more trying to interpret the meaning of it to answer. So.
Right. Well, it doesn't say new at all. It says existing.
We can certainly revise that EAF to address that question, but notwithstanding, this is a type 2 action and the submission of an EAF wouldn't even be required. But we can make it part of the record to correct that.
Has this commission hasn't decided if it's type 2 yet, has it?
No, the planning board did.
But it's not a coordinated review if it's type 2, so that's their determination.
This is a type 2 action. There's no marine structures permit that's required as part of this application. There's no environmental review that's required by this board.
Right. We don't.
See requirement?
We don't do seeker systems. We do for marine structures.
All right. Well, I just had a question about that because it didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
The only thing that we actually have to do seeker on is the permitting with marine structures and perimeter permits. Consistency is at a higher level than seeker, by the way. It's at the federal level, not the state.
Yeah, my final comment would be that if you look at all the surrounding properties, that this property is moving even closer to the water than it has before, and it's, if you compare it to all the surrounding properties, their setbacks are much further than this property.
Yeah, that's one thing we noticed from the beginning. Clearly from Google Maps, you can see the house itself is set much closer to the water than most other houses on the site. We also noticed there's a significant amount of vegetation on the site, more than the neighbors, both at the front and at the rear. That rear tree is really the only one of its kind along that whole row. And then there's heavy vegetation also on the front and sides, as opposed to other properties which don't have that. We feel like that's a resource that in favor of our property that makes it more natural, even though the house itself does push these proposals further towards the water than other houses would have to.
Maybe I misunderstood, but did you say that the decking was impervious or pervious?
Oh, sorry, I may have slipped up on that. It's definitely the existing deck that's there now is very tight joints and is impervious. The proposed deck will have loose joints and will be pervious.
So the water, so you'll get enough space in between those boards where the water will drain.
Right, and below it will be some kind of stone, gravel, or riprap, as opposed to having it be paved. So it'll be fully pervious all the way through.
But as far as being encroaching within the setback, you may have 640 and 648 with further setbacks. However, as soon as you go back or go down a little further on Shore Acres South, you have 624, 616, 606, 600. I mean, basically all the properties are almost on the water with all their development.
Yeah.
So this is that. So being that you have 640 and 648 set back a little bit further, this is not that far off from the way the other properties along Shore Acres are.
Well,
Yeah, my point was more just a question of whether or not we want to, encourage moving further closer to the water or not. And, with the properties that are right near it, would it encourage those properties to also move closer to the water?
Well, the other point is it's more impervious coverage, and I wonder what that number is. I didn't look at the plans, and I don't remember from what I saw when I reviewed the information, but the impervious coverage on the lot is not as significant as other lots from what you could see.
I think that's the point that Brandon was trying to make earlier as well.
Agreed.
Oh,
Okay.
that's nice. Can we see if we can really see this from Harbor Island Park?
Yep. Or
From this one?
Looking at the GIS right now, it would be extremely difficult. You may be able to see the tree, as the owner had mentioned before. However, that sight line is definitely obstructed by a lot of vegetation.
Right.
And
Oh, I know which house that is. I've been looking at that house on that street. It's cute.
so, and just going back to what I had said before, you have 640, 648, and 652, which are all relatively set a little bit further back. But even the houses down further across on the road, on the same road, the houses across the harbor on Lawn Terrace, these are set back considerably compared to any other properties around. So the other properties are much further intruding into the 100-foot buffer than these properties are.
Yeah, granted, but if somebody came to us to try and build one of those houses now, that probably wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and I think it's significant as well. Our reading of the code was that the entire pool and all of its appurtenances do count as a structure that must comply with setbacks. So you'll notice our rear setback, we're taking not to the house or to any actual buildings, but actually to the corner of the pool as code requires. And you'll see that it's compliant. So that might be something that could be shown to future applicants, that it's still, even counting the pool, is still compliant with the rear setback requirement.
And as indicated in the initial presentation as well, there have been great efforts to respect what's going on and respect the environment here, but also to respect what's happening as it relates to the existing nonconformities with the structures which are being remedied and being made zoning compliant.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, I appreciate
Right.
that. Yeah, definitely.
One of those I failed to mention, there's there's the finished floor of the existing house is at several different levels, all of which are compliant except for one. The family room, which is closest to the water, is about 6 inches out of compliance. In other words, lower than where it should sit in relation to the BFE. And even though the envelope of the building at that area is not to be modified, the floor level is proposed to be raised to make it sit at that required 2 feet above BFE elevation as well. So the owners have been really open to making everything really as compliant as we can make it in and out.
And just to respond to the comment that that you wouldn't have approved them, that would mean addresses 558 all along that side, all the way up through 624 wouldn't be approved because their entire building envelope is within the 100-foot setback.
Right, but we can't go back in time. I'm just saying if it was an empty lot and somebody came to us and wanted to build a house right up onto the water like that, that probably would not be approved.
No, it would likely be built closer to the road, and we have less of those issues. But
Right, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not. It's a moot point. It's just sort of just making an observation of the houses that were directly adjacent to the property.
Mm-hmm.
Sleep. Oh.
What?
Am I still on?
Yes. We can
Okay.
hear you.
I just heard a real weird noise on my phone. I'm surprised it hasn't died yet.
So, Mr. Chairman, we just received a copy of the engineer's memorandum as well, which had some limited comments, but we can certainly respond to that as well. I don't know if there's anything additional that the commission would like to see or from us before when we come back. If there's nothing that's
William,
clear,
you're gonna no. Okay. All right. Well, I think we have to take back what you said and think about it, and then when you come back,
Well, you'll have the information for the letter of map amendment, correct?
Correct.
That's something that we'll need to see. Tree preservation plan. Coastal assessment form is the narrative there. You know, I don't know, this coastal assessment form, this is not directed at the applicant, but it doesn't seem like the one we were using. It's strange. So the narrative is attached? Yeah. Wow.
okay, Mr. Joffrey, when you come back, we will try to move this as expeditiously as we can to a vote.
we appreciate that. Thank you very much for your time, and hopefully you finish up your discussion items quickly.
Thank you.
Yeah, by
Great.
picking
Thanks
them
all.
over. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Good evening.
Okay, we look. None of us is awake enough to have to get meaningful work done on discussion items tonight. Is there anything that somebody really feels like we cannot simply push?
Was the pump out boat discussion just an update about?
Just an update. Village gave them a slip. They're back.
Yeah, and thanks to I was pushing Jerry to get that done, and he finally made it happen. So.
Yep, that's true.
So we can cross that one off. Check. Okay.
And the wetlands law, we're still waiting to hear back from the Department of State. I sent an email, and hopefully we'll hear back. I'll stay on that, Thomas, because you and I were supposed to do that.
Yeah.
I haven't heard yet.
Yep. Okay. So
I think it would be helpful to do work sessions and try to get through, the non-applicant items separately, because, I mean, isn't everyone's experience that it just gets to be long and it's hard to do a job with that? So instead of doing a 4-hour meeting, maybe a 2.5 and a 1.5 on separate days, even if it's another day per month, that would work for me.
Me
I think that's right, Seamus.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I think we can get more accomplished without applicants on work session items outside of meetings, because we're always too fried at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yep.
This is pretty extreme. I think we just got to cut this one short. So I'm going to move to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, folks.
Have a good evening.
Have a good night,
Hey,
everybody.
Everybody, see ya.
Well, have an end of your night. Bye.
Have a good morning.
Now, yeah. See us.
Take care.